72%. These two alarming things prevent abdominal infection in nearly 90% of children. What can we do as parents? We can make a rule that on every Wednesday and on every Sunday we are going to cut nails, and we will start washing our hands before and after every meal, so that we as parents lead by example. Okay? Then comes stressors. Stressors are just going to destroy your cell environment. If you are continuously stressed, either because of your job or because of your relation or because of any other aspect, your cells will be always in one churn of energy, which is going to deplete their capacity to handle any kind of change in environment. By that I mean to say, okay, let me put it in a different way. When you are stressed because of anything at home, how do you think your efficiency is when you are at work? Very bad? How many of you feel, no, it doesn't matter? I am above that level. Nobody? That is a fact. Because when you are stressed, when you have not slept well, when your cells have not rebooted, they are very fragile. Which organ will be more harmed? A fragile organ or a healthy organ? Fragile. So a good sleep, clear thoughts, less stress, this is how it helps. Then comes vaccination. Those are ready-made ways of helping your body. What is vaccination? In simple layman term, you have soldiers, and you have commandos, and you have elite commando forces, right? Same soldier on hierarchy reaches to elite commando forces. How? By having a structured training, by making them understand that if this situation happens, this is the way you will respond. So we all have immunity in us. Immunization and vaccination guide that immunity to develop train of soldiers against a specific problem. God forbid, if that problem is trying to enter our body, that set of army activates. We can get vaccinations. We should get vaccination. Every vaccination, whatever is available, if it is applicable to your area, please take it. Don't miss it. Here what I want to mention is cancer vaccines for women are available under for one virus, which is second most common cause of cancer. That one virus is killer for many women in India. Can be prevented by just taking a vaccination. And till 45 years of age, every woman can take 3 doses. Pediatric vaccination is a well-known fact. Pediatricians and vaccinations go synonymous. Nitin ke paas jana hai kyunki vaccination aayi hai. So that is synonymous. But for adult vaccination, you have to take a calling for yourself. I have to take vaccination to save myself from something which can be prevented. Okay? Then comes sugar. We discussed a bit about it. I floated an idea of toxin and sugar. How many of you, while watching reels or Insta, you feel that I have done a mistake with my child? That I have taken so much sugar, there is so much sugar rush in my kid, I cannot handle it. How many of you have felt that way? Anyone? How many of you feel that every sugar bite taken by the child will lead to sugar rush? Okay. How many of you feel this sugar rush is a propaganda? 3-5 years back there was no sugar rush. Now after social media is easily available to everyone, there is sugar rush. So it is actually a propaganda. Every sugar, not only sugar, even milk, sugar, chapatis, rice, dal, protein, carbs, if you go beyond a range, they are going to cause harm. Our body has simplified its calculation. You are hurt, injured, increase your protein. I will help you in wear and tear. You are dull, you want energy, take glucose. I will give you some energy. You want a buffer? I take some fat. I will store some over here. If you start taking more, they will keep on storing it, and we Indians start storing it. Then we start working on it to remove it, And then we understand ki why have I indulged into that desert, which I have to take 2 months now to remove. So that is one thing which extra sugar will cause. Extra harm only comes when you take extra. In a nutshell, if you want to have a healthy lifestyle, just cut down on 3 parameters. Remove the refined part from your diets. Don't take refined sugars. Don't take refined flours. Don't take refined oils. Because this refining is actually fining you only. So it is not refined. It is refining you. Now first they have refined the content and nutrient from them, and then they are refining you for taking it. So it's a clear cut. There is no disclaimer. They have told it. I am fining you again. So avoid refined. That's it. So white of the sugar or brown of the sugar or jaggery sugar, this sugar, that. Keep it simple for yourself. Always choose bare minimum. Use what is needed. Eat when you are hungry. Don't eat because at 10 I took breakfast, at 1 I have to take lunch, and at 9 I have to take dinner. If you're not hungry, skip it. Nothing will happen. Your body is prone to handle that. All of us at some point of time take a break from eating. Be it some vrat, be it Eid, Ramzan. The evolution of humans has been like that we have to detox, we have to deprive ourselves, and then we let our cells get reboost. So this is all part and parcel, how we have evolved, how our things have evolved. Coming to the 8th part is exposure to sick. If you are continuously coming in contact with someone who is coughing, then you're bound to get sick. That vaccination is not a lamination. If you get vaccinated, that doesn't mean I can go as stealth mode between 50 people coughing or sneezing. So if you know you are not well, then you come back home, wear your mask, and then meet your child. Wearing mask while you're coming to hospital is not going to add any value. You are not wearing mask for the doctor. You are wearing mask for yourself. And that wearing mask is important even at home. You have to use mask because during COVID, that was, and present day also, that is the only tool for a clinician to keep ourselves safe. We wear mask every day and we keep infections as much as away we can. You all agree that ultimately sick children will be seen by a pediatrician. They will cough, they will sneeze, they will pee, they will poop there itself. We have to understand that that is their general situation. Pee and poop are managed by diapers. They will cough and sneeze. So 2 ways how as a parent you can help. If you are coughing or sneezing, you can use this sleeve part of your body and sneeze in your sleeve, cough in your sleeve. This one act will actually prevent spread of infection. This is a very close-knit fabric. It will restrict the spread of bacteria and viruses, if any. At least your hands will be clean. If this habit is taken by you, your children are bound to follow that. And this is called as sneeze in the sleeve. And this is something which changes the spread of viral infections. And if you come across such people who are not keeping up well, try to stay away, help them by giving support. Don't generally jump and say that this doesn't happen, it doesn't worry, I don't have to worry, I will be fine. Take due precautions and take care of them. If they're having sickness which is related to cold cough, use a mask and go and meet them. Okay? Take precautions. Sun exposure, ventilation. We all buy our houses or take rented properties after viewing how is the ventilation, how much is sun coming. So sun is our natural disinfectant, natural sterilization of the areas happen. In last 2 months in Hyderabad, we have seen new wave of extra rainfalls. More rain has been seen. Weather is gloomy all this while. And all of us agree that one of the member in the family was having cold. No home in Hyderabad was free of cold and cough. Everyone. Is a father, mother, brother, sister, grandparent, children. One of the member got affected with cold. Because the natural ventilation and sterilization mechanism was at fault. Sun really helps. So take a walk, take a nap, use those windows, open those curtains, let the light come in and do its part. Let it help you to regain your immunity. And meditation, those who are lucky enough to reach to that level should continue meditation, and those who haven't even thought of, like me, we can go on that path, should keep motivating yourself that one day will come and we will reach there. But it helps. A calm mind heals faster, and a calm mind will let your other cells and other organs perform better. It helps you to gain better insight of your system, and it is useful for a child also. So meditation, in simpler way, concentration on one aspect of your breath. If you start doing it, your children will start following you. So spend 5 minutes, it will increase to 50 eventually. Probiotics is curd. There are many probiotics which are available commercially. Probiotics help in giving our cells and organs an exposure and protection, so they are useful. And then there is one secret ingredient. Can anyone test? Can anyone say? Love, yes, look good. But love is in the air. It will go out of context of immunity. Vaccination done. Anything else? Before we reveal the secret ingredient, what we can do as parent, we should start our day early, and we should start it with a smile. We all know that whatever stress we slept with, in morning we are okay. Even the biggest trouble has affected us at night. Morning when we are up, we are still okay. We can manage. Am I right? We usually forget in the first 15 minutes, we don't remember what was the real trouble. So sleep really helps. Good sleep helps a lot. Be a role model, because children are observing. If you have a habit of telling your child, please don't see mobile. I'm telling you, don't see mobile. What do you think his mind will take? He said, don't see mobile? But what should I do? Should I see mobile and say, should I not see mobile? Should I accept what he is saying? Or should I say, it's okay? So don't see mobile means leave your mobiles and have a family time. Quantity of time, I spend 5 hours with my child, doesn't work. I spend 15-minute quality time with my kid, works. They want to tell you everything. When you are listening to them, be with them. Leave your phones, leave your distractions, be with them. For my daughter, when she misbehaves with me, I ask her, will you do the same thing when you will be at school? She said no. So ask yourself, will you do the same behavior with your boss? When he is talking to you, will you see your mobile? If your answer is no, then at home, when your child is speaking something, just play that same record in your mind and use it. If you are listening to them, those 15 minutes are going to increase their confidence, are going to improve their trust in you, are going to help them open up with you. They know that you are listening, and you are there to help them when they really need it. Finer details are not important to them if major details are taken care by you. If you have not spent much time with them and you come with a big gift will be opened, it will be seen, and it will be removed, or it will go into whole plethora of gifts. But emotions and connect with the family stays. So make sure that there is a positive environment and positive energy. Have straightforward, strong ground rules. How many of you have come across this notion that don't say no to your child? Don't say don't to your child, it is harmful. None of you have heard this? Don't say no to your kid, don't say don't to your child. How many of you have started, I will not say no to my child, ever. I will not say don't to my kid. So we come across this notion of saying no, don't say no to the child, it is negativity. Those are when there are strict ground rules. If in your home, your child walks from the school and comes and throws his shoes like this, throws his bag and will yell at you, and you say, okay, chalo, don't do this. But don't aa gaya? So have a ground rule set. Tell them, and when you're telling them the right way, we are going to discuss, but the right way is come at their level, have a eye contact, tell them. They will listen. Respect them, they will give the respect back. Tell them this is the rule, please follow it. Next time you don't have to see, please don't do or do this. Don't follow rule at home, they will not follow rule at traffic signal also. They will not follow rule of society. Boy will not respect a girl, girl will not respect a boy. Society has rules, rules need to be followed, rules makes our life simpler. Not easier, simpler. So follow, it will make your life simple. And rewards, always follow kinds, experiences. No cash, no gifts. If your child likes to watch some series and they have done what they are supposed to do, let them watch it for another 30 minutes. Don't go and buy a big toy for them. Don't promise them that you do this, I will take you out. You are going to go out, or you are not going to go out, but add an experience to what they are gaining, not a kind or a gift or a cash. Cash doesn't work in families, but kind do work a lot. Don't bribe them with chocolates, bribe them with experiences. Then child's opinion is very important. If you are with a 9-year to 13-year-old child, let them speak during table sessions, during eating, with a ground rule that while eating, no talking. But after and before, ensure they speak. Whatever comes to their mind, let them speak. If it is relevant, encourage. If it is not relevant, be gentle and carve them towards the right notion. Understand how they are perceiving their environment. When we were young, we didn't know so much about politics. We didn't know so much about share market, trading, economy, because there was not so much information. All what was happening was cable TV, channels, one news channel. In between news channel increased, now all information increased. Now you pick something, you will get something. So information is abundant, we have to utilize it and help our child to speak their mind. Be available physically and mentally when you're speaking to them. Have a realistic explanation to every problem. Have a realistic expectation from them, and then only you will see a real growth. If you know that your child is not great in mathematics, don't be behind them to improve their scores. If they are great in drawing something, encourage that and stabilize the mathematic part so that the balance is created. Okay? Just think, if a writer was doing CA's job and a CA is designing and a doctor is planning bridges, just the choice of career, ultimately wherever we reach, we go by interest and then we make it as a hobby and the passion dwells. If we remove the liking and we just follow whatever we want, or didactically you have to become a doctor, oh, he will be a good painter or designer, what will he do after becoming a doctor? Will struggle or will start sulking, ki kya kar liya maine? I mean, what will I do? 6 years ho gaya, no money, nothing. So this happens. So listen that what is in your child's mind. Understand what is going. If you want to help them to make an informed choice, start guiding them. Show. If you want to change what they are thinking, just ensure that you change their thought subtly. You don't bombard them with information to change, but you go subtle. So the secret ingredient, with 25 minutes of your life, we have discussed on various aspects. Now you are the secret weapon. Go, explode your positive energy in your home environment, and you will see improvement in immunity. As a disclaimer, I would like to say, no multivitamin increases immunity. No multivitamin increases appetite also. Multivitamin are like oil in the hinges. If there is a door and it is properly oiled, it will function well. If there is a door, but if oiling is less, it will still function, but a lot of noise will come. Eventually, hinge will wear off and door will just hang, or it will stuck either in the closed position or in the open position. So multivitamins, nutrient deficiencies, they don't increase appetite. When you come to us and ask one short treatment to make my child best, no more fever. Think about us, how are we going to survive? Jokes apart, important part is use healthy food items, preferably fresh, which should be locally produced. Don't fall for exotic fruits. Just local produce is the best produce. Don't fall कि मुझे winter में mango ही खाना है. Mango मिलेगा, but cold storage का. बहुत सारा preservative laden. So ultimately your choice is going to define how your kid is going to prosper. If you want to make your life simpler, choose wisely. With this, I will conclude this session, and if at all there are any questions, we have to take care of the time part. We'll shift to next session and we will take all the questions. We have recap, feedback and question session in the end also. Thank you. Now there will be, I'll be inviting our two panelists, and there is a small video by Dr. Anita, who is a development and behavioral specialist, and we have our respected Pawan sir. Sir, please. So Pawan sir is Vice President of Pediatric Academy of Telangana State, very seasoned pediatrician with decades of experience, and a very good human being and a great friend of mine. And sir is presently specialist and attached to Medical College, Mallareddy Medical College and Lotus Hospital. He is specialist in allergies. And also I would like to invite Anuradha ma'am. Ma'am, please. So Anuradha ma'am is a mental health advocate. She's a career counselor and a certified clinical counselor with a passion for mental health. She specializes in helping individuals navigate their career path and achieve personal growth. We will be going ahead with session where questions are posted, answers will be given, and at the end of the session, if you have any questions, feel free to put. Otherwise, there are certain questions which we have already received from online platforms. We are going to start asking them. Thank you, Pawan sir. Thank you, Anuradha ma'am. So my first question is for Pawan sir.
Hello. Yes. Yes, sir.
Sir, how should we control a teen who is a male if he's not talking nicely and parents feel that he's very rude? What can be done for that?
Yes. Thank you, sir. That's a very apt question, right? How many of you felt that your son behaving like that, right? I have an elder son. Both sons I have. So I know how it feels like, okay? So what happens, we need to really understand these kids. These teens are, what is happening in their body. If you understand as a doctor, like, physiology, what's happening in the baby's, the teen's brain. There is something called their prefrontal cortex won't mature as a amygdala. There is something called our emotion center in our brain. Our emotion centers are called as a amygdala. Okay, the prefrontal cortex is the front part of the brain. So that is the maturity brain. Okay, when the people get mature, like why they say that 18 years ke baad you should give driving license, voter ID and all. Why? Because they will have some maturity there, right? So to get that, it at least requires at least 18 years. So these teens, they don't have that maturity thing. They will go by emotions. Do you know the surprise thing which is happening in their brain? Their amygdala, the emotion center, is 4 times faster developing than their prefrontal cortex. So they don't know what is right, what is the right behavior and all at that time. So the gush of hormones which is going through the child. So we need to understand, because we parents, we have crossed that stage. So we need to understand that what the child is undergoing. So we should become calm there. So first we need to drop our authority hat. the authority, as sir has told, that how to control. Stop being a controlling freak. We parents always, we have that moral ground that we are superior to them. We always try to lecture them all the time. We always try to, okay, I understand, in the best interest of the child, we are always try to tell him that, do this, do that, don't do this, like that. But the very idea of controlling itself is a big, it's a blunder what we are having. So what I request all the parents to just go back, calm down, just connect to your heart. It's very important to connect to your heart, energy level, we are all one. Okay? Energy level, we are all, say together, energy level, we are all one. So the disturbance which you are feeling, you are automatically transmitting to your child. The children are like that. Please have patience. They will outgrow that behavior, that rude behavior, what we call it as a rude. Let us accept that as we need to think they are stressed up. They have a lot of chemical hormonal imbalances which are going in them. They are literally going to them. So we need to understand them patiently, and we need to understand ourselves. What I request all of you is to have that balance within ourselves. When a parent is calm, because what happens is we have that authority hat that we need to control the child. We try to advise. No child, no teenager likes that controlling behavior. We need to be friendly to them. So we need to be touch that, remove that idea of. So you can tell them that we have when you feel that they are behaving rude, tell them at a other time when they are calmed down. Not at that point, at that juncture, don't snap the door there and don't shout at them. Please give time them, and when they come back at the meal time, say after a meal time, go for a walk, and you can tell them that this is your behavior hurts me. Not like that. Don't tell that you are very rude like that. Don't comment like that. Your harsh words has definitely made me feel little hurt. So those attitudes, by calming down yourself, then only can bring down. What happens, if you might have seen, right? When you feel that your teenager behaves rude, what you will do? You will shout at them. You will yell at them. What will happen? The fire will grow up, or he will calm down. There are two types. Either he will blast on you, or he may go calm down totally, and he will not come again. He will not come again, and he will never be open to you. So that danger is there. So let us not be a controlling freak. Let us drop that authority hat, and let's be a friendly with our teenagers.
Thank you, sir. Anuradha ma'am, in your journey as a counselor, you must have come across such cases of teenager presenting with various complaints. There is a big complaint of anger. Now, how can we control anger in a teen? Because most of the time it is anger which is leading to misbehavior. Can you give us a roadmap?
Definitely. So, sir, anger control किसका करना है? Parent का कि बच्चे का?
Parent का. You nailed it.
Okay, very nice question. Actually, what you said, that during my journey I come across such cases, but the fact is this, daily in our house and in our family also we come across this situation. So the thing is that child is misbehaving or child is rude, and we need to control our anger, correct? This is the problem statement. So, okay. So, कोई rule, regulation, ethics का नहीं होता. There is no rule or there is no, we can say, manual of parenting. Only we can say that we can have some ethics of parenting. Right. So we will talk about this, how to control our own anger. How many of you drive the car or something? How many? Perfect. Two-wheelers? Perfect. So everyone come across the traffic light. How many lights are there in that traffic light? 3. So whenever your child is in bad mood or whenever your child is misbehaving with you, always visualize yourself in front of a light, traffic light, and you have to just monitor this. Child abhi kaun si wali light pe khada hai? If the child is very angry, if the child is creating tantrums, if the child is not listening, it means the child is in red zone. Simple funda. So when the child is in red zone, what you have to do? जब red zone की light है तो आप गाड़ी नहीं चलाते हो, correct? So similarly, when the child is in red zone, please don't speak. Please don't discuss anything with them because they are in red zone. Now, if the child if the child is in red zone, waiting se nahi hoga. When the child is in amber zone, you can wait for a few minutes and then you can speak. And when the child will come in green light, then only try to put your words, try to put whatever sir said, that, you know, with these harsh words, I'm hurt, I'm sad, I'm not happy with this. Express your emotions, that's it. So, जब भी बच्चे misbehave करें, rude हो, always remember that you are in front of a traffic light. Now you have to decide बच्चा किस zone में है. If the child is in red, don't speak. Or अगर, in case, if the child is in red zone and we started talking to them, then क्या होगा? आपने signal तोड़ा, चालान होगा. And then चालान would be like whether they will argue with you, they will fight with you or whatever. So prevent that chalan, please don't say anything, wait for the green signal and then speak. It will help.
So at this, when the ma'am was telling about the numbers, colors, there is this philometer. Most of you have it, some of you will get it soon. So philometer is objectively showcasing what your child is feeling as per you, or you can give them this philometer to help them understand how they are feeling. And the gradation will make it objectively help you to grade it down, or to actually feel that whatever he or she is saying, it is making me more angry. My philometer is screwing. I will take a break. I am now in red zone. This accident is about to happen, so I will put brakes. This is one strategy of improving child's anger. Pawan sir.
Yeah. Sir, one thing, sir, before going, that is what that expectation management is really very important to understand, because most of the times we don't know our emotions. First, we need to make the child, you know, this is very nicely framed one. So we need to, on same page for the emotions, we need to name the emotions, whatever feelings we are having, we need to able to verbalize that. That is very important. This expectation management is really very important, because most of the times we are standing on the under the orange tree and we are expecting the mangoes to happen. So it will never happen, right? So, and you want a AC to work like a microwave. It will never happen. So we need to accept the fact that, you know, microwave is a microwave and AC is a AC. So that is what we need to understand. So there are two ways of doing it. One is either you happily get along with that or happily get away. But with teens, we can't do that. So we need to try to happily get along. So not only that we are unhappy about the mango tree not giving oranges, but we are get angry about that. So this is where the expectations we need to tackle down. Okay, the expectation management is a big science. We need to really understand what are the emotions, how the people go through that. The same with the spouse also, it will happen. So
I think realistic expectation and realistic growth.
Realistic, yes, that should be the
yeah, that's
ideal.
the motto, and that makes your life simpler. And like you said, this will be applied in all aspects. And it is not a cakewalk. All of us know that we get angry. Who says in this room that I don't get angry? Shat naman to them.
Yes.
So
are we? That's what we need to ask. That's very important question. Are we fulfilling all the expectations we have about ourselves? We want to get up in the morning. We want to do exercise. We want to eat healthy. Are we following that all the expectations? Then why we have high expectations from our kids? That we need to understand.
Absolutely. Sir, do you think that adequate sleep helps in teenager? And if it is no, then why? And if it is yes, then how it is helping?
Yeah. So this is very important thing. I request parents to just take care of this one thing, and your life and their life also will become very happy. Because American Academy, they clearly says that every teenager between 13 to 18 years, they need at least 8 to 10 hours. Not an hour less, please remember this. Not an hour less. What will happen if they cut short on the sleep? Most of the times exam period and, you know, career building and all these things, what happens is we want to cut down our sleep. Now I'm also addressing the parents here. So are we sleeping at least 8 hours? This is very important. What if you don't have sleep at least, you know, 1 hour cut down in your sleep, I'm telling you, it will shave away 2 to 3 IQ points. So what will happen is with that, the child will become irritable. He will have that low threshold for, you know, frustration thing, you know, low frustration threshold will be there. And he will have a poor cognitive thing, so that guy won't be able to remember properly what he has read. Poor concentration, poor recall will definitely affect his marks, and also his confidence. So just by taking care of one thing, that is sleep, ensure that they sleep by 10. Please remember, 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock is what the maximum regeneration of our brain happens. Everything happens by 10 to 2. Suppose 6 hours, a child who's sleeping 6 hours or 7 hours, like if he starts at 10 o'clock and he wakes up at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, so that is ideal time. But if the same teenager sleeps at 1 o'clock or 2 a.m., 1 a.m. in the midnight, and he gets up at 8 o'clock, these 6 hours or this 8 hours is not definitely not same as that kids who sleep at 10 o'clock. So ensure your child and you get a proper sleep. Otherwise what happens, firebrand ho jayega, ghar mein fireworks ho jayega. So please remember that it will definitely appear that child is 2 hours extra is sleeping, cutting down his sleep. That will definitely affect his mood, his focus, and his marks also at the end. So we need to ensure adequate sleep. Not only the quantity of the sleep, the quality also matters definitely. So for that, let's have a proper routine. It's the family as a parents, we need to establish that routines. These routines will save the children, I'm telling you. There should be a wind down. 3 hours before sleep, no food, because we want to give the gut rest so that everything will be for the replenishment, rejuvenation will be there. And 2 hours before sleep, no mobile and all. And 1 hour before sleep, just try to wind down. Take a warm bath, keep the room temperature. 16 to 18 degrees is ideal to improve the quality of your sleep. So take a warm bath and keep the room cool and sleep in that. Okay. So that is very important. That will enhance the quality of your sleep. And please make sure you sleep by 10 p.m. That is the golden period. That is a victory hour, what we call 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. maximum rejuvenation happens. Don't miss on that period. Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, how can we help children to achieve better grades? Because we now understand that anger is to be managed by the parent actually, and sleep is something which child should do. But in this 13 to 18 year, there is a lot of mental pressure to perform, to crack NEET or crack IIT or to go through IB and Cambridge to get a seat in outside India. So how can we improve tips and tricks to improve their concentration, to help them deal with their stress? Do we have actually such tips? Anything which works well for the teenagers?
Okay. So basically we need to improve their focus, their attention towards the studies. Usually parents complain, especially for teenagers, that they are getting diverted very easily. They are having very high amount of diversion with them, maybe mobile, maybe whatever. So the thing is that why they are not focused? The thing is only very, very simple, that they are not having that pain, okay, for what they want to study. This should be very clear with them. If it is a teenager, then I always suggest, because I'm a career counselor, that's why I'm saying this, but unless and until they are not very clear in their mind, they will not get focused. Very simple. आप उनको जबरदस्ती पढ़ा नहीं सकते. They should have a clarity. So please take a professional help, that what they want to do in their life and what are their skills, what are their interest areas, what are their learning styles. On that basis, you can ask them to get some more focus in their studies. I'm just giving an example. One of my client son, he was not performing well in physics, but he loves physics. So father was very surprised that you are saying that physics is your favorite subject, but whenever it comes to marks, you are not achieving good marks in physics. What is the problem? So when they came to me, surprisingly, child says, "Ma'am, physics में एक number इसलिए कम आता है because whenever I'm coming with with a question paper, I try to solve the questions of physics in multiple ways. I'm not restricting myself to one dimension, right?" This is an eye-opening statement for the father also, that please don't understand that marks are coming, that is why a child is paying the attention. Child will pay the attention when he's having the clarity in his mind and ideas, why I want to do this. So take a professional help for that journey, for the academic journey, and at the same time, please pay some good time, as sir said, or as even Nitin sir said, please pay attention with the child, why the child is not having proper attention for a particular subject, whether it is a teacher, whether the subject is not coming in his mind, what is actually happening. Sir, focus nahi hai, se nahi hoga, sir. फोकस किस चीज़ का नहीं है, दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो अगर पेरेंट्स बच्चों से कम्युनिकेट करेंगे एंड दे विल अंडरस्टैंड सब्जेक्ट प्रॉब्लमेटिक है कि बच्चे को नहीं चाहिए वो सब्जेक्ट, क्लैरिटी नहीं है. सो इन दैट वे आई थिंक दे विल increase the grades, or you can say the clarity and everything. Take a support, take a professional help.
Great. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, sir, 1 second. So that's what very important. Do you know what is the biggest energy vampire nowadays? Energy vampire, which sucks out your energy without you being aware of that? Your mobiles, right? So in that mobile, what is the concentration focus kam karne wala kya hai? The reels. So they have brought your attention span to only 30 seconds.
Yes.
Anything more than 30 seconds, you don't want to, you just swipe it up like that, you know? Yes. Yes, it's for us, for us also. We are so engrossed. Kids, there are studies, you know, kids who are engrossed in these shorts, no, their concentration automatically gone. They can't sit for, you know, more time. They can't do their homework properly also. So it's very important. Let us not at least get the kids do these shorts and, you know, shorts and reels, short reels and all. This is very important. We need to understand. Second thing is focus. One is like we never teach them how to focus, concentration and all, right? So we always tell focus, 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 but how to concentrate? Do you know, parents, what is the memory capacity of a human brain? In GB, suppose we calculate everything in GB, right? Pen drive, 32 GB, 64 GB, 1 terabyte, like that, gigabytes. Anybody knows? I'll give you some gift for you. It is 25 lakh gigabytes. How much it is? Average brain, I'm telling. So 25 lakh gigabytes, that is equal to 2.5 petabytes. So suppose if you switch on the TV and you are recording on HD and continuously you are recording the 24/7, you are recording that. So what will, how much years it will take to, you know, clear that entire GB is 300 years. So that is the capacity of human brain. That is the memory capacity. Never believe the child when child says, I don't have a good memory. I have a poor memory. If somebody says there is only trained memory and untrained memory. And we should know as a parents, we should help the kids how to train that memory, how to make the child remember that piece of information. So there is only two things. What is the father of memory? Father and mother of memory? So interest and repetition. Please remember, the neuroplasticity of brain clearly says that the person should have an interest towards that subject and he should repeatedly do that. That's all. Anything, any skill, if you want to do, please remember, you have to learn the correct skill and you have to repeat it. That's all. For that, you should have interest. How many of your kids, they feel before starting their studies, what is their interest level? From on the scale to 0 to 10, if you just gauge, if it is 0, no, if you are forcing them to study and all, it is 0, then what will happen? How much ever they study into 0, what? 0 only. So nothing goes in actually. So there is a way to it. Maybe we can request a sir to conduct a memory training camp from the doctors. I think we can do that.
We will definitely. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I'll come to the last question. And I think, sir, there is a question for you, how a father can become friend with a teenager like he was 5-year-old back. And most of these things you have already covered.
Yeah, we have already cracked that code, right? We are being friends with our children, right? They used to depend on everything. The moment we came home, they used to come on, jump on us. They used to play with us. They demand us and all. We have already cracked the code of friendship. We need to relearn, reconnect to that. That's all. So that is very important question, sir. What is more important is we have to drop that authority hat and be a friendly to the teenager also. Because most parents, especially mothers, I am sure that, you feel very painful when the kid won't respect you. Because all these days, for every damn thing, they are dependent on you. Now they are on their own. So it's very painful for the mother to accept the fact that, my child is no more requiring me. Everything is depending on the peers and, friends and all. Everything, the peer, whatever the friend says, it matters them most rather than the parent says. So this is a natural transition. We need to accept it and we should acknowledge that. That's all.
Great. Ma'am, sometimes we come across children, mainly teenagers, who are being bullied in the school. Yeah. As a parent, it is very difficult to actually identify that their child is getting bullied. Are there any subtle pointers for the parent to pick that there is a possibility bullying happening at school? Nowadays, recently we have actually come across a girl child, 4-year, because of bullying, she attempted suicide and lost her life. So 4-year-old, 4th class child, around 9-year-old also is getting bullied. World is changing faster. We have to change even faster than that to keep our future generation safer. Such children, how can we identify at home, madam?
Sir, there is a key word for this. Everybody should know this keyword. The keyword is sudden. Sudden. Achanak. Sudden. Sudden drop of appetite. Sudden drop of communication. The child becomes silent. Sudden drop that they are not mingling with others. Sudden, whatever you are getting any difference in their behavior, sudden. That is actually a symptom that child is not at all comfortable in the environment or ambience where he or she is. So whether it is a bully, whether it is uncomfortable or unfriendly atmosphere in the school, even with the peers, whatever, wherever, it is not about the bully, it is all about the stress part. Even agar bachcha theek se dress up bhi okay nahi ja rahe, somebody is pointing out, that is actually creating a stress. Bully is creating the stress. So एक sudden को दिमाग में रखिए, if anything is suddenly dropping, then it means that child is not at all comfortable. You have to talk. And sir के जो आपने बोला friend और friend के जो concept था सर, उसमें मैं एक point add करना चाहूँगी. Parents के साथ में एक बहुत बड़ा confusion है, especially जो Gen Z parents हैं. They are confused. Like they are confused because they want to become friend of their kids. Please don't do that. Be friendly, but don't be friend. There is a difference. Because child is having ample of friends, but parents एक ही है. So be the parent. Friendly रहिए. Friendly means the child can communicate with you freely. The child can come and talk to you freely. You should listen to them without judgment. You should listen to them without reaction. But please don't be a friend. Because क्या होता है जब बच्चे छोटे होते हैं, as sir said, they jump on you, they do whatever they want to do. बहुत अच्छा लगता है. But when the child becomes teenage and then they start giving you answers in front of everyone, then आपके अंदर का parent जाग जाता है. And then आपको बहुत ज़्यादा discomfort होता है. You get confused कि मेरी parenting में कमी कहाँ रह गई. So कमी कहीं नहीं रह गई, आप over हो गए. So please आप friend मत बनिए, उनके पास बहुत सारे हैं.
मैम ये word judging क्या होता है? What is this judgmental? We have come across this word judgmental in last 3 years. Movies are using it, series are using it. What is judgmental?
Judgmental नया word नहीं है. Judgmental तो पहले भी होते थे हम. The problem was that कि हमारे अंदर बोलने की capacity नहीं थी, हम communicate नहीं कर पाते थे. आज का बच्चा express करता है, they are expressive, they can communicate. So ये judgment वाला जो angle है वो बाहर आ रहा है. Judgment बहुत simple है. एक बच्चा स्कूल से घर आता है, आप बच्चे को कहते हो प्लीज़ आप अपनी बुक्स यहाँ रखो, अपना बैग वहाँ रखो, और बच्चे ने ये बोला कि मम्मा आपको पता है मैंने आज स्कूल में ना एक क्लास बंक कर दिया, राइट? सो एज अ पेरेंट जो फर्स्ट दिमाग में आता है वो क्या आता है? Why you did this? सेकेंड क्या आता है? कुछ गड़बड़. थर्ड क्या आता है? इसी दिन के लिए स्कूल भेजते हैं. फोर्थ क्या आता है? मेरे जैसा पेरेंट जो बहुत एक्टिव पेरेंट होता है स्कूल में, वो कहता है अब मैं नेक्स्ट टाइम जब जाऊंगी तो पेरेंट्स टीचर क्या बोलेगी कि तुम क्लास मिस करते हो. सो दिस इज जजमेंट विदाउट इवन अंडरस्टैंडिंग एक्चुअली व्हाट हैपेंड व्हेन यू क्रिएट एन ओपिनियन, व्हेन यू स्टार्ट ओपिनिएटेड, देन इट इज कॉल्ड एज जजमेंटल मोड. सो अब कोई पर्सन लेट आ रहा है एंड वी स्टार्ट जजिंग, मतलब ही नहीं है, यू नो, इंपॉर्टेंस ही नहीं है क्लास की, इंपॉर्टेंस ही नहीं है. सर ने, नितिन सर ने इतना अच्छा सेमिनार अरेंज किया, पहले सुन तो लो कि वो ट्रैफिक में तो नहीं अटक गया, उसका चालान तो नहीं हो गया, उसके बच्चे ने टैंट्रम करके रोक तो नहीं लिया. सो अनलेस एंड अनटिल यू आर नॉट अंडरस्टैंडिंग द सिचुएशन, व्हेन यू क्रिएट द ओपिनियन, दिस इज जजमेंट. और ये हमारे साथ हमेशा होता रहा है.
How many of you feel that you are judging your spouses, your parents, your children, yourself? All of us? That makes us human, but when we cross our limits, it helps, it affects our
अति
psyche.
सर्वत्र वर्जते. बस वही चीज है. When we know the limits, everything is balanced. Yes, sir.
So one super tip for all the parents, the teenagers especially, be genuinely interested in your teenagers. The music they listen, the cricket matches, or if they watch football, or if they watch some this Japanese animes, they are fond of that. But the moment we see their faces itself, we'll get that awkward feeling, right? But be genuinely interested in what they like. Forget about yourself, what you like is gone now, your liking days are gone. But whatever they like, be genuinely interested. I'm telling you, this is the biggest tip. It will change your relationship with your kid. And the moment you start talking, playing the games with them, whatever they, in the limited time, and if they like the, music, certain sort of music, get genuinely interested in that and talk about that, what they are interested in. How we become friends? When we share the common interests and all, right? So then only we'll be sharing our thing. So when you're genuinely interested in the games they play and, the matches they watch all the time, the people, their favorites and all, automatically they started, liking you, they're treating you as like, they can open up to you. This is the biggest tip I found. Be genuinely interested in whatever they like, the food, the movies, the sort of movies, the kind of music, or the place, what, games they play, everything.
So we have one question. Now we are going to take 3 questions because we have to manage the time as well, and it is going great. So,
sir, before your question, I just want to complete the answer of that bully.
Ji, ma'am.
Yeah. So we were talking about the bully thing. So when the child comes to you and explain the problem, वहाँ पर without judgment, please listen. Because judgment mode की जो हम बात कर रहे थे, so when the child comes and say कि आपको पता है मम्मा वो बच्चा परेशान कर रहा था, so judgment mode वहाँ start होता है and we say तुम ही ने कुछ गड़बड़ किया होगा. So when we say this, we don't listen the child, and the child get disconnected with you, and child will stop communicating with you. The child will stop sharing. So when the child comes and share with you, as I said, don't be friend, but be friendly. Give the space to the child to discuss.
So what should we say, ma'am?
What should we say? Okay. So when the child is saying that mama आज क्लास में मैं गई वहाँ पर मैम ने बोला कि अरे ये शूज तुमने इतने गंदे क्यों पहने हैं, मुझे नहीं जाना है ममा उस टीचर की क्लास में. So don't say ऐसा नहीं बोलते टीचर को, अच्छी बात नहीं है. Please. This is something you are not actually authentifying the emotion of the child. You are saying that nahi, what you are feeling is not correct. So first accept the feeling of the child. अच्छा आपको बुरा लगा. Then the बच्चा will say कि हाँ मम्मा ऐसा कौन बोलता है. अच्छा okay, क्या feel हुआ आपको जब टीचर ने आपको ऐसा बोला. Then the child will say कि I feel disgusted in front of everyone. मैम ने बोल दिया शूज अच्छा नहीं है. अच्छा तो अगर मैम अकेले में बोलते तो आपको ठीक चलता था. So you are trying to figure it out. The बच्चे का emotion crush कहाँ हुआ है. Then you will understand कि बच्चा क्या actually में हो रहा है. And then you come it out. अच्छा तो फिर अब क्या करेंगे, उसी पे छोड़िए. The child is having that, I think, इतनी intelligence होती है बच्चे में कि बच्चा अपने आप उसको improve करे. And ask, अच्छा फिर अभी आप अगर होंगे तो आप क्या बोलोगे. मम्मा मैं उसको अकेले में समझाऊंगी. Okay. So we will go and say to ma'am that next time whenever you are in this situation, ma'am आपको अकेले में समझाएंगे.
Great.
Please acknowledge the emotion of the child. That is very important. Don't discourage कि ये emotion wrong है. तुम ऐसा कैसे सोच सकते हो?
So in field of pediatrics, there is something called as children are not mini adults. Now the world is transforming. It is saying children are like you. Just take them as human beings, respect them. One beautiful line which I have come across few days back is, while in this journey of parenting, we are not raising our children. We are actually raising ourselves. We are becoming better by the day. So
Yes,
probably
sir.
we might.
आज मेरे बेटे का बर्थडे है तो मैंने अपने आप को ही पैम्पर किया है कि दिस इज माय 20th बर्थडे एज अ मदर.
So you keep on raising yourself. With this, I'll quickly take 3 questions. Sir, you mentioned in your talk about putting realistic expectations. How should parent decide what to expect and how to gauge what is actually realistic expectation?
Yeah, realistic expectations, like, we all see there, each kid is different. There are some, multiple levels of intelligence. You are aware of that, right? Multiple intelligence. You can't make the fish climb the tree and, monkey to, all those things that we know. So we need to really understand what every child, because not only that, we expect every child to go on platform and, speak like you and behave like you, enjoy life like you. Some kids are like, they are introverts. They feel, this one. So realistic expectations are, most of the times we need to know in that situation, be with that situation, and whatever the situation gives that, suppose marks, most of the times we get the confrontation about the realistic expectation of the marks. If the child is getting low marks, so then we have to understand where is it lacking? What is the problem? So if you develop a structure, please remember, when something is not going right, there is a structure which is not working there. Suppose if this is happening like this, there is a structure behind it. That's why it is happening very nicely. whatever is going well in your life, please see there is always a structure behind that. The structure is there, that's why it goes. So we need to develop as a realistic expectations. We need to not only just expect from the child, but also create whatever we want, a common shared goal. We need to create that structure beneath that. The structure will automatically take care of the goal. So that is what we need to ensure that.
So my second question is to ma'am. How do we actually, you mentioned that don't be friend but be friendly. It's a jumbled up situation, because friend and friendly for us it is, if you are friendly then only you can become friend. But if destination is not becoming friend, how can we restrict ourselves to this zone of friendly? Is there any trick?
Sir, बहुत बड़ा difference है sir. Okay. So friendly, what do you mean by a friend? When you say that this is my friend, when you say that you are my friend, what does it mean? That you can say whatever you want to say, freely. At the same time, no filters attached, but at the same time, friends should be from both the sides, correct?
Yes.
So in the situation of parent and child, it is always one way. They can say whatever they want to say, but when you start saying this, they will not accept. So friendship तो ऐसे नहीं होती है, correct? What is friendly? Friendly means to give a space so that the child can express, the person can express. That's it. Express करने का मतलब ये नहीं होता है that without any limitation, without any maryada, the word, without any discipline, without any respect, you say whatever you want. आप अपने friend को don't mind it, but आप अपने friend को slangs use करके बुलाते हो. क्या parents को बुलाते हो? नहीं. So this is the difference between to be a friend and friendly. Friendly to give a space, to give a comfort, but friend means bindas, kuch bhi. Nahi, please don't do that. So because after a certain period of time, abhi I can see that वो छोटे बच्चे होते हैं ना, especially father, he's my buddy. Perfect, be a buddy. But ये buddy जब 15 साल का होने के बाद आपको बोलता है और bro, then you say no. कैसे control करेंगे? So that is why ये difference है to be a friend and friendly.
Great. With this, we will end this session.
Thank you, sir.
And I would like to thank sir and ma'am to take out time. I would like to invite Chetan sir to please felicitate Pawan sir. Thank you. Now we are moving ahead to one of very serious, very interesting, very useful topic. That is money, money, money. So we want money in life? Come on, we all want money. ऐसे नहीं बोल सकते. You remove money from the entire dimension. Can you imagine where you are, how you are, and what you are? Anyway, anyone? If you remove the vertical of finances and money from whatever you are, will the happiness still remains the same? Factually speaking, your entire environment changes. If you remove finances, you remove a lot of calm and a lot of patience and a lot of vacations away. So, for this session, I am inviting Mr. Anurag. He is a chartered accountant by profession, and very interesting journey. I rather than spending time on his introduction, I would rather let him talk about himself and make all of you understand. Just tell us about Child Earn First, sir. There is something interesting which he has created. That is called as Child Earn.
Yeah. So quickly, I think thank you all for having me. Thank you, Nitin sir and KIMS. Like he mentioned, I'm a practicing chartered accountant and I advise on wealth management also.
Second PPT.
I advise on wealth management also to certain clients. So I've come up with something called Child Earn. Should
Yes,
we
please.
this? Do I have any remote to operate this or?
Just let us know, sir. We'll take care.
You can make it full screen,
Full
sir.
screen, please. Full screen कर दे यार.
Press F5, sir. F5. So as they figure out, I'll just give little more. You can press function F5 if need be. I'll just.
And the tech takes over. So why I invited Anurag sir to share his wisdom is to make us a better parent, a balanced parent in fact. Because India is booming and we all know that by 2047 we will be one of the most successful nation in the world. We are in a very sweet spot. We all sitting in this room who want to invest, who want to grow financially, who want to secure future for our children financially, emotionally, spiritually, in all the ways. So finances, how a parent should design their financial planning specifically for their children, right from education to household to building their finances. Sir.
Yes, so I now understand there is a time limitation, so I'll quickly go with the presentation. I do not have my wife around, so I can speak confidently. I mean, that's generally the case with most of the married men.
No, sir, my wife is here only.
Oh, then. I notice your posture well behaved, so. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. In fact, my wife is also a chartered accountant. Thank you for increasing the volume. It makes me feel more confident. It's not coming from here, but coming from the mic again. So both of us are chartered accountants. So she's there at my home. Obviously, she is the leading boss. Also at office, she happens to be. So I don't get to speak out much, whether at home or office. So I find opportunities like this to use my throat, speak out a little, all that. In the process, anyway, I try to do something like this. Like I said, I am a chartered accountant, wealth advisor. So we've been around in the film industry. I cater to certain celebrities, HNIs. So that gentleman, Mr. Vijay Devapanda, happens to be one of our client. And also I advise certain police gentlemen or various professions, just trying to say that I cater to certain HNIs. So this is about earning happiness. I'll do it fast. This is about child and child happiness. So this is in 2022, around 3 years back, I wrote an email. I live in a gated community called Meenakshi Skylines towards High Tech City. I wrote an email saying I have an idea. What if child gets an opportunity to go to his neighbor house every Sunday for 1 hour and do some household chores, some child hobby works like watering plants, making bed, cleaning shelves, that kind of things, which every parent want their child to do eventually so that they pick up things better. Idea is to develop 4 things in a child. At home they are pampered, but when they go to others' house, probably they behave responsibly and do the work unpampered. Idea is that for that 1 hour they'll be paid 250 rupees. So the receiving parent will pay 250 rupees to them. So it is a child paid between 2 houses. 2 parents send their child to each other house for that 1 hour. So as a parent, I'm paying 250 to the other child. My child is being paid by the other parent. So my money is going to my child one way or other. But because it is going through other parent, they feel they earned it. Instead of when I pay, not like a pocket money. So when they earn their own money, they feel the value of money. They start behaving better, save and spend wise. Inside house, like I said, they jump on each other, hyperactive. But when they go to others, they are very shy. So this way they go to each house every Sunday. They become more conversation starters because they get to interact with many. Most importantly, dignity of labor. So when I wrote this email 3 years back, there has been appreciation. Many picked up, mail got circulated. So when I say child hobby work, they look like this. Child has gone to somebody's house and cleaning windows. But there is a parent around all the time. It's not just cleaning windows. The receiving parent has to supervise. It's not just, my maid didn't come, can you take up these utensils? That's not the thing. There is no work. Just that you want to receive a child and ensure arranging bookshelf, cleaning toys. This is a different house, not in their house. Watering plants, bicycle cleaning, making bed, cleaning bed. So girl child doing all these things. Room before and after, cleaning house, arranging toys. This is one child when he made his first 250 rupees going to somebody's house. That's the pride. Look at his spice because he made his first earning. And then what he has done with that money, he has gone home, dedicated it to his grandmother. He said, this is my first 250 rupees and I want you to keep this. That's a great feeling. That's a value system. No one told him, but he chose to do it. So it's beyond earning some money. It's not a big money. It's a reward basically. But it gave him a choice of, looking at his parents or grandparents and how he wants to respect them. So that's also a value system. So, being a chartered accountant, slightly boring, slightly chadastam. So, I come up with a point table also. If the child reaches on time, 2 points, focuses on instruction, 2 points, performs, stays for the entire 1 hour, 2 points. So, if he gets 10 points, that's when he'll get 250. If he goes 5 minutes late, probably he'll get 225. If he wants to go early because children are playing down, he also wants to go, he'll get 150. So that's immediate, he'll realize that, oh, I wish I'll go on time next time. So nobody is teaching them, no one is training them. They auto subconsciously realize that next time I'll go by 11, why to miss that 50 rupees? So that way, when the child may get entire money, he'll be super happy, and that's the pride that yes, I made it. So no one is telling them to do, they auto pick things. And children have evolved in our community, my child especially. So why limit this to our community, our parents, our children spread to more? That's when I thought of children into children. Thankfully, I could play with those letters. It sounds rhyming. And as a logo, I come in with something like this. Sir, I think you have to press play there. On that, click on that, sir. There you have a play button.
Can you help with this?
It's not playing. Yeah, it's not playing anyway. The logo is this. That's the logo, quickly, children, which you can see. So we created a website, and if any from the gated community want to enroll, we created a website. Then obviously App Store is ready. Surprisingly, Google Play Store takes longer time, but App Store is ready. We are waiting for approval from Play Store, been 7 days. Yeah, that's quickly about children. So idea is, of course, there are many organizations or various minds that teach financial literacy to parents, children, all that. But when they are started making whatever small rewards, whatever small money, I think that's the feeling they have as my own money, and they are earning from a different parent within the same community. They don't cross the lane. They know they play around in the same community. They are safe with the existing security setup. And this way, it's not like known parent. I know one parent and we exchange each other. No, each week it's a new parent. The app is built in such a way that randomly it will link to the parents. So parent has to talk to the parent before, and then they have to send their children during that week, because you have to be careful any which way. So that way parents also make friends with parents, and I think it's a good ecosystem is what I hope. So that's what we have created. Yeah, I think quickly.
Sir, so beyond child earn, when we talk about parents, there is some rule which we come across, 50, 30, 20, 80, 10, something like this. What are those rules in investing? How does a parent decide? And if there are some rules, can you elaborate on them?
Yeah, so then this age-old rule of 50, 30, 20 is basically, assume whatever money any parent makes, 50% of that has to be used for needs, necessities. Whether it is rent, travel, food, those are the necessities. You cannot go beyond that to have a happy, balanced life. But just to eat, just to travel, just to work, there is no fun in life. So you also need to have good phone, you need to go to films, you need to go to restaurants, all that. So you need to make your life look beautiful also. Further, you have to spend 30% of your earning. If somebody is making, for example, 50,000, then 50%, 25,000 has to be limited for your necessities in a month. And 30%, which is 15,000, goes towards your wants, like I said, and 20% is technically not yours to consume. It is for you to consume at a later age or for your next generation. So you have to save that 20% all the time. So that's the 50, 30, 20 rule, which is it works wonderful. But what I have fine-tuned for my clients is that when you have a child, probably your age, and 5% is for your child, like 1 year or less than 1 year, you start that 5% saving, and by the time the child becomes 20 years, if I'm taking an example of 1 lakh is a monthly salary, any parent, then 5% saved across for the 20 years may turn up into a crore. So unknowingly, just beautifully it will pile up. So that's a new thing that I've designed for my clients.
Very well, sir. And when we talk about nowadays, many reels are, or many people, influencers are projecting, don't buy or invest in houses, don't buy or invest in cars, rather rent a house and go to Uber. Does this practice actually helps in building corpus for the parent, or it is just new age way of scamming people, I'll say?
So I think we have to understand our priorities. Number one, owning a house is a very emotional concept for Indians. It's been like that. So when we understand whether it is right to buy a house or rent a house, so quickly I'll take my personal scenario. So when I got married around 10 years back, so obviously we wanted to buy a house, but that house, had we bought, it would look small and would not take care of my current needs. So I would have actually bought it, then I would have had to change a house to a different house, or I have to find a school close to that, or everything around is planned because I live in that area in that house. So instead, financially the way it works is, there is house appreciation, unlike some very, I think rare examples like My Home Puja, which from 6,500 when they started became 24,000, 25,000. Not much have grown in other places. So, I mean, we cannot take extreme of examples, but the money that you are planning as an EMI, the money that you are planning as a down payment, if you keep it aside for a 20-year period and you start living in the same house or similar kind of house for rent, then the balance between your EMI, your down payment, minus whatever rent you are paying, if you save that aside, you will make 3 times. It is a clear calculation. In the sense, your house, assume we are looking at 1 crore worth of house, it will have an EMI of some 70,000, 75,000, depending on your down payment, considering 15% down payment. So the same EMI you've been paying, your house you would have paid close to double to the banker as an EMI, and your house also would have appreciated. So considering 3 crores is the value of the house, if you have saved it, invested something like a structured product like a mutual fund, then it would have grown to 10 crores. But just that you don't have that feeling of my own house. But who cares? Like if I invite Nitin sir to my house, if he is asking Anurag, acha ghar hai, own house, then either he is jealous of me, or I mean it doesn't make a point. It's a beautiful house. He is there for that evening for a dinner, right? Just to make my ego happy to answer that question, I don't have to own a house. I own it when the time is right, probably at 40 or around. So that's what I suggest. I am also suggesting don't own it for the sake of impressing society. Own it if you need it. Plan your finances well. You have to own it at the right time, but you have to live in a comfortable house. Yeah. Yes.
We'll keep the house open, this house, for questions. Anyone
yeah.
who wish to ask questions on their financial woes or how they are planning for their children, or if they have any doubt, or if you have any question related to this aspect. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Please.
You need a mic, sir? Sukanya Samriddhi is specifically for girls.
Yes. So why did any similar plan similar to Sukanya Samriddhi other than mutual funds which has a specific fixed returns?
So when we look at, there are various ways to invest. Something like ULIPs is there, which is also like mutual fund market related, which will give you depending on the market. You have pension schemes, which is also depending on the period, NPS kind of thing. Insurance products. If you are looking at safe, actually not much. There are debt products. I hope my mic is not.
No, it's the other mic.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
One of my friends who is CA, he says that do not invest in a combined policy, insurance and
Yeah, so I also don't recommend that your insurance is for protection. You should not mix it for value creation as an investment vehicle. So as an insurance, I'll say that you only have to take term insurance, which is very cheaper, and it is mandatory. It's not a choice. Everyone, in fact, whatever money you are making in an year, into 10 times as a minimum cover you need to have, to take term insurance. That would be very cheaper, and you should always have it. Don't mix it with as an investment. Like you insure, there are something like traditional plans or such thing where you invest for 15 years and then you wait for another 10 years. You get your investment along with return, which is 6.5 to 7% towards that 25 years. I don't recommend them because there you are having less coverage. The same money, 20% of it if you invest for term insurance, you will have much bigger cover. And that money you can choose to invest elsewhere. Anyway, it is giving 6.5%, very safe. But those I'm sure you will get in other debt products also. Don't mix your insurance with investment. That is very short. You can try and do, I mean, see, depending on your risk appetite, sir, you can, so what I have done is, you don't have to follow, but technically what I have done is when my child is born, he is now 9 years old. So I've applied for an Aadhaar, applied for a PAN, which can be done. You can get PAN at very young age also, in days time also, once you have Aadhaar. So I have opened a mutual fund account for him, which you don't need PAN, but I have also opened a demat account for him as a guardian, me being there. So I try and apply IPOs for him, ensuring that I don't take out the money till he is 21. So that's my plan. There is risk involved, not that every IPO that you get picked is useful to you. But the thing is that you don't want to take out that money for long. Even in an investment, you don't have to be 100% right, correct. Even 50% of the time, if it works, then you will actually see good money. So that is another thing if you can keep doing from my side. If you are looking for very safe, sir, debt instruments are there.
Anyone else? Any other question on the finances? I have one of my own. When we talk about term insurances, there is something with return of premium, there is something without return of premium. So how I understand is, if there is a term insurance, let's say 10 times of the term insurance, and if you have died, you get 10 times of the money.
Yeah.
If you have not died, then you at least get your money back, whatever you have given to return of premium. Which one is logical to invest?
Sir,
Yep.
so currently a quick policy, there is a 10 crore coverage and I keep paying 12 lakhs for first 5 years.
Yes.
I pay 12 lakhs for 5 years. I'm 85 tak agar mujhe kuch nahi hua to I get that 60 lakhs back. But 60 lakhs after 45 years may not be much. Today, return of premium versus non-return of premium. Return of premium is 12 lakhs, non-return of premium is 10 lakhs. Then you better take non-return of premium.
Okay.
Because today you are saving 10 lakhs, which eventually grow much bigger.
So in a nutshell, we can conclude by saying that investments, although are subjected to market risk, but they should not only be heard on TV. If you are going and planning your finances well, you're actually building a good corpus for your loved ones. Because when we started this conversation, we acknowledged the fact that when we remove finances from our present dynamics, all the glamour, all the glitter, all the charm of what we are doing, how we are doing, goes away. Finances are important. Planning finances are equally important. Helping children learn how to earn and how to spend and how to take pride is what child learn is child earn.
Yeah.
With this, we'll conclude this talk. We'll take other questions upcoming.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Dr. Ankita to felicitate Mr. Anurag.
Can you be around? I'll keep it this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to next step. So, when we talk about children, one of the most important factor which comes to our mind is schooling. Second most important factor which comes to our mind is health and other parameters. So in upcoming 2 sessions, we are going to talk about schooling, and before that we are going to talk about the common problems. So I would like to invite Dr. Pranita Jain, who is a pediatric and adult dermatologist with KIMS Cuddles and KIMS Hospital Gachibowli branch. I would like to invite Dr. Shirisha ma'am, who is our ophthalmologist and a good friend, and Dr. Sukhwinder, who is pediatric and adult pediatrician बोलेगा तो pediatric and adult maxillofacial surgeon. She is doing pioneering job and making and bringing smile to many patients. This is one of the session which has got more than 90 questions from all across. So I'm not going to talk much, but Sida, I'll jump to the right questions. Ma'am, my first question is to Dr. Pranita, and I'll take all questions with one speaker and we'll move ahead so that we can save on time and we go ahead and finish the session in time. The question is from all the set of parents, from 0 to 3, from 3 to 5, from 5 to 10, from 10 to 13, from 13 to 18, सवाल सबका एक ही है, how to keep my child's skin healthy with no flakes in winters and no dryness. It should be supple like Korean people with no makeup. If makeup, then organic makeup. So these are all questions which came. Ultimately, crux is how to keep skin healthy at different ages. If there are some tricks and tricks for the parents, just we want to know that, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. First of all, we are not Koreans. We are Indians. And we will have an Indian skin. Do not compare your skin to a Korean skin. You will never achieve. Let's be honest here. Secondly, yes, it is important to keep child skin healthy. The key is to use a simple, like a pH balance cleanser or a soap, meaning pH should be acidic, 5.5, because it is the same as the skin pH. The regular soaps are generally alkaline in nature or have a lot of surfactants. So that definitely give you a fresh feeling, but they also strip the moisture of the skin and it changes the barrier of the skin. So this can lead to dryness. So in winter especially, it is prudent to use something with a pH balance cleanser, and it should be very gentle to the skin. Okay? And in summers, if you feel like that is being very oily and you are not getting that fresh feeling, still use 5.5 pH soap, but it should not be very harsh on the skin. Meaning that your skin should never feel that stretchy after using that soap. Secondly, important is to moisturize the skin as well. So depending on your skin type, if it is oily, use a gel-based light lotion on the entire body. And if you have a dry skin, then you have to use something which has ceramines, choline, vitamin E, shea butter in their moisturizers. For dry skin people, another key is to apply moisturizer within 3 minutes of shower.
So, ma'am, as for a parent with a young child, let's say till 10 years of age, what should be the daily routine of application of moisturizer? Is it as soon as they have come out of the bath, apply moisturizer, or once they have come out of the bath, dried them up, got ready for the school, then apply on the face, or say I have applied on the face, and how should we do it? Immediately after, or should give some time, and should we repeat it before the child sleeps?
Ideally, for normal kids, once daily moisturization is more than enough, and it should be applied again just after the child is after shower, so that there's some water there on the body and it gets absorbed when you're applying a moisturizer. So just pat dry the body and apply the moisturizer. For people who have dry skin, they have to apply moisturizer twice or even thrice a day.
Ma'am, there is a question from a mother who has a teenager daughter, and she's saying that all the time her daughter is worried or crying because of a pimple and acne is coming on the skin, and this is causing a lot of mental stress to the daughter and eventually to the family. So how can we prevent acne if we can? And if there is an acne, what all dietary changes a child should do to have a better outcome?
Right. So teenage acne is very common. It is mainly because of the hormonal changes happening in the body. Never discourage such child. And these children, especially teenagers, in the world of Instagram, they keep on trying new products and whatever is influencing in the market currently. So whenever they come to the OPD, they bring some 8-10 products and they say, "Ma'am, I've used this, I've used that, I've used 3 products and still nothing is working." So first of all, it is prudent to calm your child that this is normal and it can happen, but it can be cured as well. Do a simple thing like a gentle cleanser, a moisturizer, and you can start on a sunscreen. And in the evening, we can use a simple gel like an adapalene gel to be applied on the entire face if the acne is because of the pure hormonal changes. So just simple thing can help in reducing acne by 70 to 80%. If in case still it is coming, then you meet a dermatologist and will take it further.
Great. Ma'am, a 2-month-old child is born and the mother comes to pediatrician and we diagnose atopic dermatitis and I send it to you. Parent comes back and say that my life is done. I am not a good mother. Skin is affected. Everyone is asking about this skin condition. This atopic dermatitis or dryness of skin, is it treatable? Is it manageable?
Yes, it is treatable and manageable. So good news is that atopic dermatitis in 70 to 80% kids gets improved in after 5 years of age. So we have to take extra precautions for such kids, but later on they generally lead a normal life. The most important key here is moisturization. The more the skin is, the more allergens will penetrate and they will increase the itch and irritation and everything. So first key is again a very gentle cleanser and within 3 minutes of not having long showers like long hot water showers but short lukewarm water showers of less than 10 minutes. As soon as the child is out, do not rub off that moisture. Apply a colloidal oatmeal or ceramide or vitamin E related fragrance free moisturizer on the entire body and especially twice or thrice in the problem areas. So that's how we can prevent, we can have a good barrier and prevent further infections. Secondly, these kids also have certain allergies like dust allergies, etc. So avoid the dust, and if there's a family history of asthma or food allergies, keep an eye out for these things as well.
Great. Ma'am, there is one parent who says that the grandparent is having white patches which is known as vitiligo. How much are the chances that 5-year-old will also get it? Because the mother is not having it, father's family doesn't have it, but mother's father is having vitiligo.
So again, vitiligo has multiple causes, alright, being from autoimmune to genetic to a lot of unknown causes. If one of the grandparents are having, then approximately 3 to 4% are the only chances that the child might develop in the future. If there's an autoimmunity which is predisposing in the family, then the chances are slightly higher. But again, once you see any symptoms, then it is still treatable.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to take Dr. Shirisha's opinion on a couple of questions and then we'll discuss with Dr. Sukhinder, ma'am. Shirisha, ma'am, a very common question which every parent is asking is how to stop screens. I will go. Can we stop screens?
Unfortunately, I can't really say because as a parent, even I know it's very hard to prevent the child from seeing screens. But it is possible. We just have to be very careful that right from the day they are born that they are not exposed to screens. You can lock your screens. You can make sure that they are not. I mean, one major factor is our own behavior as parents. That when we are watching screens, the child would want to imitate us and they'll want to watch screens along with us or like us. So it is better for us to avoid screens so that we prevent our children from avoiding screens.
Nowadays we come across various YouTube videos where we see that child while sleeping is also doing like this or like this. Does blue filter help in preventing this, or does this blue light filter actually works?
Blue light is to some extent helpful. Ideally, avoid screen times for all children. Less than 2 years, no screen time. Even above 2 years, maybe school-going children, if they need to have screen time, it should be limited to 20-minute gaps. 20 minutes and then take a break, and then maybe 20 minutes more. Maximum 1 hour. The upper limit, I would say, is 2 hours, but try to keep it at 1 hour so that the children don't get addicted to these screens. Ideally, less than 2 years, I would not suggest any screen time.
Ma'am, some parents, including me, we have refractive errors. We are using spectacles. Many parents like me want to ask, is it mandatory that my child will also have spectacles? Will they have refractive errors?
Yes, definitely. It is a genetic, gets passed on genetically. So if the parent or one or both the parents have glasses, the likelihood of the children developing glasses are also there. But there are other factors like environmental factors and lifestyle factors which are more important nowadays. Post-COVID, I've seen a lot of children whose parents don't have glasses develop glasses suddenly. They need to wear glasses now. If these parents are saying, we don't have glasses, nobody in my family has glasses, how come my child has developed glasses? It is because of their lifestyle changes. They've been staying indoor, they've been watching a lot of screen, they're having online classes. These are the factors which have increased the incidence of myopia or near vision or short-sightedness in these children nowadays. So even if you don't have glasses, if you have a doubt if your child is having myopia, make sure to get them checked up, make sure to get them tested with an ophthalmologist or a pediatric ophthalmologist who will do the right test to see if the child has glasses or not. If we suspect that they're having glasses, we do something called a dilated examination. We put drops and we have to check. That is the ideal way to make sure that the child has glasses or what the right power glasses are needed. Going to an optician or just getting the number checked at an optician is not enough.
So I just add couple of real facts. Around 7 days back, a kid came to us with intense headache. A child is completely in a lot of pain and family is devastated, saying we have done everything. When we asked history, we said, have you done this, that, vision check? Yes, we went to lens card. We have lens card, gold profile, free checkup at home. 3 times we have done it, is normal. When I look at the kid, he looks fine because he's looking at me. I say, headache is there? Yes. Finally, before they left, it was refractive error. After dilatation, it came out to be -3. There's significant amount of power with high chances that till 21 it will reach -6. Will go under LASIK. So one wrong attempt in healthcare, actually difficulty happens for the family because one wrong report will take you to a next path. You will start thinking this checkbox is done. There is no refractive error. Now let us find with MRI brain. Because one of the doctor or Google or ChatGPT is saying if headache is there, do MRI brain. Now after MRI brain is also okay, now let us see a Baba who will do some jhada fuka. Because auntie is saying it works. Go step by step. There is a judicious way of choosing with all the resources available. You can actually find out the cause. Taking professional help at the right time is very important. With that, ma'am, are there any risk factors or cues for the family to understand that in home environment, child is developing refractive error?
Yeah, definitely. What most of us think is if the child will actually come and tell us if they're not able to see clearly. One thing is teachers are very useful here. They will tell us if the child is able to see or watching the blackboard correctly, if they're writing down properly. So if the teacher suspects anything, your suspicion also should be there. You should get the child checked up. Okay. But at home, sometimes these might be much younger children or the teacher might not be complaining anything. In these kind of children also, if they're going too close to the TV is one common factor that all of us are saying that okay, that child is watching too much TV or they're going too close to the TV, probably they have a number. But not just that. Sometimes when their child is squeezing their eyes a lot, squinting or squeezing their eyes, they're rubbing their eyes frequently, or they're getting frequent infection on the eyes. These are all indications that they might be having spectacle number, and it's time for you to get them checked up.
Great. Ma'am, how many of you, I will switch on my mic. How many of you binge watch on Friday night and Saturday night? Now I will make a gang now, I will also do that. So all of us want to ask this question, madam. If we have blue filter on our phones, can we binge watch?
No.
So this is
Regardless.
nuksan ho gaya hamara. So is binge watching harmful for eyes?
Binge watching is harmful for all kind of eyes, not just for children's eyes. But children's eyes, they are in a more developmentally, very sensitive phase. So that there's more developmental harm to the children, especially at night. That this blue light and all affects their circadian rhythms, their sleeping patterns. It also develops into behavioral patterns. So better avoid at night.
I'll come to Dr. Sukhwinder ma'am now.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Nitin, for having me here.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, this is a question from a mother who has a 9-month-old child.
Okay.
She noticed that there are no teeth till now, but for her neighbor's child, she's okay. They're doing good.
Okay.
All biting is happening.
Okay.
So is it okay, or is this child faulty?
It is okay.
Okay.
See, normal eruption age of child's teeth, 6 months, they get the lower front 2 teeth. Okay? Like they are bunny teeth. Then after that 7th or 8th month, they get the upper ones. So if the child is not developing teeth for the 9th month, it is not to worry. If the same child, we can wait for 12 to 15 months. If beyond 15 months they don't get teeth, then we call them for a checkup. We see whether they are in the eruption stage or not. We can take a small X-ray with all the protocol in place and check whether the tooth buds are there or not. And if in addition to that, we checking it, we should always send the child to a pediatric endocrinologist to rule out any endocrinology like hypothyroidism, because these patients may have hypothyroidism because of which there is delayed eruption.
Thank you, ma'am. For a usual family, we all have, before I go to that question, how many of you brush your teeth twice a day? Religiously? No. In a month, every day. Huh? Every day. Again, can I see raise of hands? Sir, आपको तो question भी नहीं पता. 2 times in a day, brushing. Raise of hands. Brushing teeth twice a day. Every time I'm asking question, number of hands are going down. It started with house full, now it is 1 or 2. Question is, how many of you are brushing your teeth twice a day? No, many are doing it.
Yeah, many are doing it. It's good.
It's good.
It's good.
I'm not doing it. It's bad. But you have to own your mistake. So my younger son from his school has learned to brush his teeth every day, 2 times, and he motivates me to come along. He makes me stand and makes me how to brush. So my next question is that, ma'am, how should we brush?
Okay.
We as Indians have been doing it like this,
Yeah.
or this. And when we
somebody hold the mic, I'll explain. Okay, so it is, I will just tell you a few tips here. First is brushing, as he mentioned, twice a day. Before retiring or before hitting the bed, it is mandatory to brush. Second thing, you should always use super soft toothbrush. Don't use a hard toothbrush. It is a myth कि अगर hard toothbrush है तो ज़्यादा सफाई होएगी. No, हमें मसूड़ों की या gums की पिटाई नहीं करनी है, सफाई करनी है. Okay, so we should use super soft toothbrush. Third thing is technique of brushing, which is very, very important. Can you just hold the mic? See, if they are your upper teeth, okay, brush them in the downward or the circular motion. Don't use horizontal motion like this. And as a right-hander, what we people do, keep brushing on the left side, but we forget on the right side. we should pay attention to both the sides equally. Second tip, you should not only clean this surface, the inner side of the tooth and where we chew, that is called as biting surface or occlusal surface, that also has to be cleaned properly. So brushing with the super soft toothbrush, toothpaste, the size of the paste for pediatric patient or the children varies. If it is only a small baby who is less than 1 year old, just use a grain size toothpaste, okay, and wipe it. It will be good. Once they start learning to spit out, after that you should introduce the proper toothpaste like fluoridated toothpaste. There are fluoridated pedichloril and Colgate Kidodent toothpaste are available. When you are buying a fluoridated toothpaste, check there should be 1000 ppm of fluoride, which will really help child to protect the cavity. But after brushing the child's teeth, don't give any milk or any juice. Then the whole purpose of brushing is defeated.
Ma'am, for a newborn or for a 1 year old child, they have let's say 6 teeth, 3 down, 3 up. Should the parent be brushing these teeth with a silicone brush or with the fingers, or no brushing at all, because this child will eventually be fed milk during night also? What should be the plan for them?
Okay, so first of all, first question, whether this should be brushed, yes. Second, how? 1 year old child cannot brush by himself, the parents should be doing it. How they should be doing it? I disagree with silicone. Silicone brush is only for 6 months or 8 months of age, not beyond 1 year. So it should be very small, soft, pediatric toothbrush which they should be using, and a grain size toothpaste, because we don't want kids to swallow it, okay? And after that you can just take a moist cloth and clean the surface. Try, I just ask you on this forum, see, we are seeing patients nowadays who have early childhood caries, and when we take the history, some kids are on bottle feed. How many of you give your kids bottle feed? This should be strictly discouraged. Don't give the child bottle feed, and especially watch it if your child is sleeping with the bottle in the mouth. You are inviting trouble on the plate. In the past 3 years only, we have treated around 18 kids who had early childhood caries, the age group 2 to 4 years, and we had to take them to anesthesia for treating it. So bottle feeding prohibited. Pacifiers, please don't give the kids pacifiers also, because they alter the development of your jaw. So no pacifiers. So breastfeeding should be encouraged. It really gives good when the child latches to the breast and takes the breastfeed. It really helps in development of his jaws. So that should be encouraged. But after feeding, please make it sure that you clean the surface of teeth so that they don't develop cavity. Right? Anything which is retaining on the tooth surface will eventually lead to mottling of the enamel.
Thank you for sharing that, ma'am. Many parents, along with caries, also come to us with snoring.
Yes, sir.
And recently, when we sent them to a dentist, one question came up to us: how can dentist help in snoring? It is not coming from teeth. What is the role of maxillofacial surgeon or a dentist in evaluation of snoring?
Thank you so much for the lovely question. It's my favorite topic because I treat sleep apnea. So what is our role? So here in the audience who are sitting, do you agree to one fact that roof of the mouth is floor of the nose? Do you agree? Right. So if there is any obstruction in the nose, we remove that, but we cannot widen the nose, right? So what, as dentist or maxillofacial surgeon, what we do, we widen the roof of the mouth. So when we widen the roof of the mouth, we are indirectly widening the
space of the nose
surface. We are increasing the volume of nasal cavity, which makes it easy for the person to breathe in more air. Okay? And how do we evaluate? Sometimes we get the patients and you see the history of snoring. Just few tips as a parent also. If your child is falling sick again and again, repeated cold and cough, please visit an ENT surgeon to rule out any adenoids or any tonsillar, big tonsils, because they alter the jaw growth. Then look towards the palate or the upper jaw. When you look at the upper jaw, if you find it is V-shaped rather than U, normal is U-shaped jaw. If it is a V-shaped jaw and a very high arch palate, that means this child needs dental evaluation, and as max spec surgeon or dentist, we widen the upper jaw during childhood so that they can breathe better.
Thank you, ma'am. These were our questions which we got till now. House is now open for another 5 questions.
Please ask.
Please feel free to put up your questions. Yes.
Yes, please.
Can we have a mic?
I'm loud enough.
You can.
So yeah, my eldest son is 5 years old.
Okay.
In spite of maintaining so much hygiene. Yeah. So in spite of maintaining so much personal hygiene, he developed eczema. So he got some infection on his nose and feet, and during the treatment it was cured properly. He's coming back again, and I've been advised that eczema goes down with age. Is there any relation between age, eczema, hygiene, and dryness? So I would love your opinion.
So eczema is because of dry skin damage.
Electrifying answer.
So first of all, eczema has to be evaluated as to why it is coming. It could be either excessive sweating or because of the footwear or because of the dryness. So once the evaluation is completed, then we can understand how long it's going to be there and what can be done to prevent it. Which one? Eczema? No.
Those who have questions, kindly come in front so that.
For the bunny teeth, she mentioned that bunny teeth comes when there are 6 months of age. My daughter is almost 9 now.
No problem. If even that's normal, just watch out till 12 months. If still she doesn't develop, just go to a dentist, get her checked up. If after 15 months also she doesn't get a tooth, I want you to go to a pediatrician to rule out hypothyroidism. Okay. Second, I want to take a small X-ray to check how the tooth buds are placed. How much is the space between the edge of the tooth and the gum? How much is the distance? Whether it has any eruption force or not. Otherwise, we can help it. We just make a nick in the gum and they pop out. Okay. So till 15 months, you can wait and watch. No problem. You can stimulate growth of eruption of tooth by giving hard substance, like you just ask her to bite on carrot. When the kids are teething, they are like anything they want to grind, right? So just give them carrot, cucumber, just grind, ask them to rub on that surface. That will really help. Right.
I just want to add a fun point to this. I mean, I don't know how scientific it's related. They say when kids are getting the upper teeth earlier than the lower teeth, in some beliefs, they have to perform some puja. So I don't know if there's a scientific reason behind this.
You can perform puja for everything in India.
Yeah.
Teeth coming early.
Puja doesn't cause any harm, so it's okay.
No, puja.
Is there a scientific belief?
No, there is nothing like that. There's nothing.
So what I feel is, whatever spiritual energy we put in our environment or universe is ultimately going to heal.
Yeah.
So you do puja for your own reasons because it is going to add to spiritual energy bank. You use that to put it everywhere. Unhealthy puja, healthy puja. I am bacha hua puja, nahi raha puja. So it is like this. This is what human nature is.
Yes.
We have to work on the bank of spiritual energy. Do we have further questions or wish? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hi. My daughter is 4 years old now.
Okay, ma'am.
She got her first tooth when she was 14 months old.
Okay.
So, like, after that, like, it was a delayed teeth development. now she has around 20.
Right. It should be 20, not 22.
And that must be
Count.
Yeah. Because till 6 years we have 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, is there any probability of having some sort of problem currently or at later point of time with her?
No, I don't foresee any problem. At the age of 6 years, she will start having her first molars. They will be coming out, and at the same time, her front lower teeth, they will start shaking. She will shed them, and the permanent will come. That also might get delayed, but nothing to worry. Yes, please.
Actually, I'm a mother of 7 years old. Okay.
Sorry, 7.
7 years.
Okay.
Yeah. He frequently infected with the flu, and he has a complaint of snoring
Okay.
in the night, and especially during the winter seasons.
Sure.
So we consulted the ENT, and they confirmed it doesn't like adenoids. He's facing a problem of adenoids. So for the seal, we can proceed for the widening of the mouth jaw like you did.
I would love to see the child. If it is a 7-year-old child, first of all, I need to check what is the severity of adenoid hypertrophy, whether it is grade 1, 2, 3 or 4. If it is grade 4, probably ENT surgery will do him the best. If it is grade 1 or grade 2, yes, maxillary expansion will help the child. But I need to see the child, how the jaw shape is. Are the teeth on which I need to anchor my expansion device, are those teeth healthy? Are they fully formed? So one checkup and one ENT report from your side, they might have taken an X-ray like this to show the adenoid. Just forward that to me. I need to check the grade and then I'll guide accordingly, because many patients, we have prevented adenoid surgery by just doing maxillary expansion because the symptoms improved. Ultimately, we don't treat the scan, we treat the patients. Yeah. So it should be patient-centric approach rather than doctor-centric approach.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Any other question? Our sir has a question. Because
it's
father.
not a question, it's just a comment, a couple of comments. So all those parents who are worried about their infants not having teething, just ask your parents the question, when did you had teething? Many a times it is just genetic. If you have had at 10 months, 12 months, most probably your child also will be having, and as Dr. Sukhwinder said, till 15 months you don't have to worry. After 12 months you just have to be you put this forth to your pediatrician for when you go for a visit for a vaccination, and they'll just find out whether there are any other systemic causes for that. That is one. Second, myopia, the refractory error in children. So a very important thing, how we can prevent it is increasing the outdoor physical activity, outdoor exposure or sun exposure of the child. So in China, in Japan, this is a very, very big problem, myopia, because of their eyes shape and all. And what in many cities in China, what they have done, they have designed schools in such a way that there is always sunlight in each and every room, every classroom. So sunlight exposure, ours being a tropical country, we are now shelling ourselves in the rooms. So very, very important, not only for eye development, for so many problems. So many parents must be having this doubt that my child is not having immunity. How do I boost immunity? Just let them play in sun. Outdoor physical activity boosts immunity, keeps your eye growth, child's eye growth also in tandem, and myopia also can be prevented. Yes,
And I think 90% of us will be vitamin D deficient because of the same reason what we told.
99.9.9%.
Including me.
Yes. So vitamin, yes sir.
Yes.
Yeah, there are some treatments to prevent the progression of myopia, but at the end of the day, like sir said, sunlight exposure is one of the most important factors to prevent the progression of myopia, prevent the increase of myopia. There are other treatment options like drops also, which work better than the glasses, But glasses are a little more expensive. You can use them.
With this, we will conclude this session and we will shift to our next session. I would like to invite Kavya ma'am to felicitate Sukhwinder ma'am. Ma'am, it will be easier. The life will not be difficult. I will invite Dr. Alekhya to felicitate Shirisha ma'am. Dr. Ankita to kindly felicitate Pranita ma'am. We are doing great. We all are parents, but today we have amazing set of clinicians, experts, amazing people who are doing great work. Dr. Kavya ma'am, Dr. Ankita, she's my wife, and I'm proud that we are related. And I have a very motivating person among us, that is Dr. Shilpi Reddy. Shilpi ma'am is a pioneer in field of obstetric and gynecology, and beyond that she has, I think, moved earth and heaven to make things beautiful for all the pregnant females. And that one thought has transformed how pregnancy is celebrated. Huge respect, lot of admiration, and you are a great motivation, ma'am. And she has a flight to catch. I respect all your time, but I would like to take this opportunity to start the session. This session, I would like to invite Shilpi Reddy ma'am and Dr. Ankita. This session is only about encouraging mothers and showcasing the entire world what your real strength is. And mothers, Powerpuff Mothers is the icon which we have developed. And without further delay, I would like to mention Dr. Ankita is a clinical director for KIMS Gachibowli. She is trained acute and critical care specialist with decades of experience and played pivotal role in handling emergencies and managing policies at national level. Dr. Shilpi Reddy is amazing person, trained clinician, great mother, motivational, incredible, is in short. Without further ado, ma'am, my first question is to Shilpi Reddy ma'am. Ma'am, as a mother, you have been balancing life as at your practice, and also you are doing so much work beyond your clinics. How are you balancing this? What is your mantra?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Nitin, for those good words about me. See, what I feel is, as a mother, you always have a huge responsibility of showing your child what is their potential, because it's obviously genetics that influences their capacity, but a growing environment has a lot more influence on their mind, their behavior, and their choices. So as a mother, I always tell them that you should be doing anything and everything for your happiness. So I balance work, I balance parenting, I don't compromise on philanthropy, I don't compromise on any public events, and I tell them that everybody has 24 hours only. and you have to manage those 24 hours effectively, but not at the cost of your happiness and health. That comes as a priority. Lot of women I see that they either compromise on their happiness or their health, or they sacrifice something or the other thing to the family, which is not taken right by the children, especially girl child. You have to tell them that you are the center of the family and you should focus on your grooming, your mental health, your wellness. Then effectively when you are strong, everything else around in the family, at your workplace is going to be the best. And that is something that you have to prove them. And micromanaging things is important. Everywhere you are not needed, but wherever you are needed, you should be there. That is important. And children also don't have great demands. They have small happiness. If you take care of their small happiness, their young minds will grow very well and not at the cost of mother's happiness. I never ever tell them that for you I had to sacrifice this. Never. This is my way of living and for you this much I can do. But I am not going to sacrifice anything, neither my profession, neither my passion, neither my job or neither my sleep, nothing. So everything is its in own place. You should also grow up like this. This is a very powerful message for children because children don't learn from books. They effectively learn from environment, and environmental influences are permanent, and that is something that we have to watch.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Ankita, you are part of hospital administration. You come across difficult scenarios. Administration gives you varied kinds of problem. Sometimes it is clinical, sometimes it is something which is beyond your control. And I'm sure a lot of mental stress is coming free of cost with all that. How do you deal mental stress? Because many working women who have just now delivered a child, after 6 months they join back and there is a lot of mental stress on them. So as a working female, how do you manage your mental stress?
I think as an administrator, obviously it is quite overwhelming, a lot of stress that happens. But I feel that nothing is non-negotiable or tougher to negotiate than trying to negotiate with your young one at 8 a.m. in the morning who wants to wear a super cape to the school rather than the uniform. So this is, if a mom can handle that, where the child is not listening to anything else, the woman can actually handle a lot of things. It is just that, if you feel empty inside, much in sync with Dr. Shilpi just mentioned, if you feel empty inside, there is nothing that you can pour out. So this is a very important thing, that whenever you are stressed out or something like that, these are all frills in your life, but you cannot forget the entire skirt. It's just like a frill skirt. The stress, the problem, the job, the making the household chores that you're doing and all of those things. But everything is actually attached to the inner circle, which is you and your life. So that is very important, and whenever you're going through a rough phase, it is important that you take a break and understand that, okay, all this is around you and this is not you. So that is how we maintain the balance.
Shilpi ma'am, a mother is putting up a question to me saying that, ma'am, it's her question, ma'am, I want my daughter to be confident and successful. Please guide what to do.
She has to be confident and successful.
So the power comes from within.
Yes, the power comes from within. Of qualities of something. She need not be a professional.
Absolutely.
Okay? Even in a society where she's working, she does some kind of a philanthropic work or some kind of a leadership quality, taking care of environment or some part of the society work, that will also be welcomed and learned for. But children won't learn something that the parents don't display at all. So it's very important to constantly push them and not stop them. See, whenever they do something, we say, no, don't do this. If they keep listening to those no's, when will they learn? I just move away from a situation where my son is jumping. If he falls, he'll only understand. But I'm not going to tell him, don't jump, the sofa will become bad and you will get hurt. This is all futuristic. If he jumps, even if he gets hurt, I will not turn back, because it is his choice. He has to get up and go get medicine or whatever and fetch himself. This is voluntarily done, which is not going to be my way of empathizing with him.
So, ma'am, many young mothers, they feel that if I don't lift my child when he has fallen, then what will my mother-in-law will say? What will my husband say? What will society say? If temper tantrum is being done in a public place, this labels her a bad mother. How should they navigate this fear?
It's never about the mother, it's the family. And if you're always thinking about others, they are the ones who are going to be placing this fellow in a difficult situation. So there are so many, staff and all. They don't turn up to the hospital if their children are sick. I told, if they are sick, get them to the hospital. We are working in a hospital, they'll be taken care of. And if you have to really monitor them, they'll be in front of your eyes somewhere. Rather than, you staying back and cancelling appointments what your patients have trusted, it is not going to be any different. So instead, you are actually doing one justice and 30, 40 injustice to somebody who's already trusted you. So there is always a way. There is always a way. And especially when my kids are sick, they're usually not, but when they are sick, that morning is going to be the same morning like what I do. I just get up, get ready and come. What maximum is, they know they have to take paracetamol. If anything is there, they come to the hospital by themselves. Because I come early. They can't come at that time. They take up the driver, they take some grandmother or something. They go to Dr. Parag's room. Even if they come alone, they go to Dr. Parag's room all alone, get their prescription, go to the pharmacy, buy the medication, take it and go home. They go to the dental department all by themselves, I don't accompany. They'll go to the eye checkup all by themselves, I don't accompany. They have to live in this bloody world which is so horrible outside. If they are not self-sufficient, it is not going to be okay. And my clinical director had a complaint because one of the odd times my son was sick, and in my OPD on the patient examination couch he was there, and then he was taking the IV fluid because I think dengue positive was there and they were just giving hydration. He had a tantrum and he said that I'll come with you to the hospital. I told, okay, come, you go to the pediatrician, get the prescription and start. Then he requested me that I want to stay with you. I told, okay, put the curtain and you be and take the fluid. Then Dr. Sudhir got angry. He said, shift him to the ward. And then I told, this is an objection from my medical director. I cannot say no. Then he went all by himself. So there will be a situation, there will be so many situations like this. You should never, you have to raise strong kids.
So what we can actually say that when you set boundaries, you actually have realistic expectations. When you have realistic expectation, then only realistic growth will happen. Like Madam has told, that life and society will not let anything go unnoticed. They will be brutal ultimately. It is our job to bring in the balance. You reach to a level of helping them and also to stay away and let them help themselves. Coming to the next question, Dr. Ankita. There is a mother who has a problem that her preteen usually cries a lot, and she feels that she will not be able to handle stress of society. If a girl child cries a lot and mother is feeling this way, the other question is from the mother is, how can I motivate my child and help her so that she can succeed in her life?
So I think this is again a common question which goes round. I mean, even in the question that the mother says that the girl child is crying. I think crying itself is very objectified on the gender.
Absolutely.
And crying is another emotion, that's it. it is okay to cry. I mean, as parents, as a woman, it is important that we all accept that it is okay to cry. And when she's crying in front of her mother, it means she's in the innermost, in the closest circle is what she's expressing her emotion. So that's absolutely fine. The understanding from here is once she's done with the crying, it is to have a resonation with her, asking that why did you think this problem happened, and if given a second chance, how would you have handled it better? Because what happens is whenever a child is crying, a most common answer that comes from a parent is don't cry, stop crying, what will people say, or look, your friends are seeing, yeah, again a dialogue comes, ladkiyon ke jaise mat ro. I think that is where we are trying to set a wrong thing. Crying is just part of the situation, but what led to the cry is something that needs to be discussed so that she or he can understand that if there is a situation, similar situation in life again, what would have been the right thing to do. So that conversation is a must that needs to happen, and eventually the child realizes that, okay, this is an emotion, and then there is a solution so that this does not repeat. That is very important.
Shilpi ma'am, from many mothers who after delivery wants to go and join their offices, one question which comes to their mind is when should they start exercising? And because physical appearance matters to some extent in building confidence. Many mothers, let's keep our age of 24 to 28, coming from IT background, wish to go back and want to be looking same how they were before pregnancy. What is the right time for this mother to start exercising? Can they continue doing exercise during their pregnancy? And if after delivery it is a cesarean, how does that change their routine?
See, basically, when it comes to mother's weight gain during pregnancy, we have now, in my practice, have very strict weight gain norms. Because previously mothers used to be 40, 45 kg. I only used to tell them gain 10 kg minimum, 15 kg. But now that weight gain thing never comes out of my mouth only. I never tell them to gain weight because anyways they are minimalistically gaining. They gain more than that is required. So weight is something that we have to watch for during pregnancy. Diet is something that we have to watch, and discipline is important in terms of food intake during their pregnancy itself, because most of the crowd that I see is software employees or professionals who are doing minimal work. So their diet has to be controlled to a larger extent. Their protein intake is too low, that we have to increase. Healthy fats we have to increase, and carbs we have to reduce, and we promote millets and everything from the pregnancy itself. So when they deliver, again there is two different scenarios that they face. What the doctor is saying is completely different, and what the people in the house and around the house and colleagues and friends, what they are saying is completely different. So there are lapses in discipline, but whenever there are lapses in discipline, either they gain weight or land up with some infection or some problem, and when we are screening them after 6 weeks of delivery, their parameters shoot up. So again there's a checkpoint there. So when we are taking care of their pregnancy, they are taught everything in terms of exercises which they have to practice post-delivery. If they have a normal delivery, they keep practicing and they're doing their daily chores and everything. That keeps very well with their physical state. But when they are overeating, eating a lot of carbs on the name of lactation, which is absolutely not true. Lactation, there is no relationship to carb intake. So overfeeding should be stopped, and when they're doing their daily chores, taking care of the baby, taking care of the house related activities and everything, they have very minimal weight gain. But if discipline is lost, then it's very difficult. As far as post-cesarean exercises are concerned, we have to wait for at least 8 to 12 weeks resuming exercises. But walking is the minimum thing that they can do. And nowadays it is understood that good pace of walk is also good enough exercise. Strength training, already the baby they are carrying and taking care of the baby, that kind of a slow growing weight of the baby itself, strength training to the mother. And another very important thing that I don't encourage mothers is extending maternity leave. And I don't give any letter whatsoever, even if they beg, borrow, steal, anything. maternity leave is not given before delivery. No bed rest, nothing. And post delivery also, they have to go back to work at least for their mental wellness by 6 months. Otherwise, they'll become pessimistic mothers. And another very important thing is, if you can't leave a baby at 6 months, the baby will be recognizing you all the more at the age of 8 months or 9 months. You can't even go to work. You'll find better reasons not to go to work. Rather than that, you better take some time out, practice express breastfeeding and breast milk expression at workplace, get back to workplace, you'll meet a lot of people. It will again be a positive source of mental wellness also. It will relieve a lot of anxieties. The baby is going to be fine. With mother, without mother, the baby is going to, coping mechanisms are there, and the coping mechanisms will come into place. You just can't hold the baby forever in your life and be nothing, because nowadays there's a lot of competition. All the more that you have raised your status and position in the company cannot go waste and drain all your efforts just for the sake of paternity. And world out there is watching every woman. Will this woman come back and work the way similar to what she has done before or not? Because that is something very important. Otherwise, people will lose trust in employing women without children.
Absolutely.
That is not going to be changed unless and until women go back to workforce with the same quality of work and prove to the world that maternity doesn't matter to my capacity of working. Maternity is only a part of life, and I will balance my career and I will balance my role as a mother equally. And that is the capacity of the X chromosome. X is always multitasking. X is absolutely, very well tuned for that kind of a thing.
Thank you for a unique point of view, ma'am. Dr. Ankita, my last question to you is, if we have to take five key rules for strong leadership, specifically for women, what should be those 5 key rules to becoming a strong leader or to becoming a good role model as a mother, as a woman? 5 important rules.
So yeah, there are many, but then to bring down everything to 5, I think with the growing world, with the pace that today it is, leaders are having less patience to listen. I think listening is something really very important, be it at home, be it at workplace, be it a small team of 4 members in your family, or be it a larger team at MNCs. Listening is very important. Only when you listen is when you can process what X wants from you. 2 is delegating is not the only thing. You need to when you delegate your work, you should be a master of that task. You should know how it is exactly done, because a team member or a family member looks up to you when they are in a crisis, and if you do not know how that is supposed to be solved, obviously it makes no sense. You can always keep saying that this needs to be done, this is the timeline, but you don't tell them how it is to be done, obviously it doesn't make sense. So knowing your job is important. Third, accountability is very important. Owning up, be it failure, be it a success, be it not able to match timelines, not able to make lunch on time. These are a lot of things that accountability. It's okay, fine, it's done. Next time we will see how we can improve the system, because that is not end of life, that is not end of story. So accountability is important. Responsibility, ownership of whatever you are doing or whatever your team is doing. Now the team wins or loses, your children score well or goes down. It cannot be that I have told you several times and still why this is not done. It is very important that you say that we'll do it next time. That is very important, and I have applied this in both places, at workplace as well as at home. And I see that when the word from I changes to we, it makes a tremendous difference. It really does. And the last one I would think is time management is important. It is not that I'm sitting on this panel and that is why I'm saying time management. It really matters. be it at work or at home, because when somebody calls you or somebody gives you a task, now me being at this chair today or being in office, for me a crisis is something like some system has collapsed, or some patient, some untoward event has happened or something like that. And I have this habit, when I'm in middle of something, I ask, is it urgent, or is it important? This is a question that goes. And there are team members in the same office who says, yes, it is very urgent. I go running down and I see the coffee machine is not working. So that was urgent, but then everybody has a different level of urgency. My daughter calls up, is it urgent? Yes, mama, it is very urgent. And what is it? I'm not finding the red top to wear. Correct? So my urgency is not necessary that will be the same thing for my colleague or my family. So it is very important that you manage time. Dr. Shilpi has already said, be there at the right place when it is called for. So these are the 5 things that I really apply in leadership as well as at home.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpi ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Ankita. House is now open for any questions, any comments, or any suggestions. Okay.
So I just want to add on what Shilpi ma'am was saying. Even the fact says that more than 70% of women today, after delivery, they do not go back in India. And out of which, even 40 or around 50%, when they go, they again go back home within 4 months. So that's the fact, and definitely we have a bigger responsibility.
I would want to just add a point onto that. When we say, when we quote these statistics that women are not going back to work, family plays a very, very important role. And the mother from the day of delivery is already on a guilt trip ki kya hoga, aisa nahi hua. So there's immense pressure on the new mother on setting up a new standard to be the best mom, to be the best wife, to be the best daughter-in-law, probably the best daughter. But it is not required. Over a period of time, we realize the best to what are we comparing? Who's the comparison, right? In life, if you are better than what you were yesterday, that's more than enough, is what I feel. So that peer pressure is something that, family has to, push the lady that, yeah, you go back. And like Dr. Shilpi kept it brutally blunt, that I will do no matter what. I think that is really important.
As women, we always expect equality, okay. And when it comes to deliver, I think we should deliver equality also.
Absolutely.
We cannot give an excuse, my child is sick, I can't come, okay. As a maxillofacial surgeon, I have attended night duties, I have given, as you told, my son used to sleep on the patient's bed at times. But when it comes to your work, you should not give an excuse that being a female, you can't come. So when you expect equality, you should deliver also.
सर आप भी हमारे मैन की तरफ से कुछ बोलिए सर.
To what I think Shilpi Reddy mentioned, I like the way when you put that child, they grow on their own, in the sense you don't have to take care of them as they fall. In fact, don't go towards that water, you may fall down, or you don't step 5. Obviously they learn. So they learn on their own. I like the way you put it. So I think most of us want them to. I think we be too careful around them so that they get scared that next time to do something, to take a step also, they get worried. Because we have been trying to take care of them, we've been stopping them from doing multiple things. I think when you said it, resonated with that thought. And I was joking around when I was talking about my wife, just to bring some smiles in the room. Otherwise, she takes care of my son and also me. I think brilliant as a woman.
Is she back?
No. Oh, she's recording, so she.
Oh, live video call.
So highest respect for for my wife.
I'd like to request Kavya ma'am to felicitate Shilpi ma'am. Ma'am, I would like to request Alekhya madam to felicitate Ankita madam.
One word I would want to say about Shilpi ma'am.
Shilpi
ma'am, I worked as a registrar with ma'am in 2017. That time I think ma'am just delivered. Ma'am also motivated
20 minutes
me,
delay
considering my medical things into this thing. So ma'am also you had freedom kids, right? Yes. So how was your experience as mother with freedom kids and the third child?
I always loved children. Basically, from the very aspect of my early 20s also, I always wanted to have children. And when I had freedom, it was just unexpected. It was an IVF pregnancy. I was constantly going around my gynecologist and telling that it's an IVF pregnancy, I'm 34. Can you just put a stitch so that it will get me secure, because I'm working, I have scans to do, I do deliveries and all that. She said that, 40 MS, so I don't need a stitch and all. Suddenly 24 weeks, it became 1.5. Then they put a stitch, it worked only for 2 weeks. Then I delivered 3 terms, 830, 870 grams, and twins, they need 5 people in the house to take care of them. But effectively it was pretty expensive at that time. So I had to go back in 4 days to work. So I didn't take any maternity leave. It was very difficult because morning to evening I used to work. Morning to evening I used to work, and at 11 o'clock I used to go to the NICU, take care of the kids. Till about 12, 1 o'clock I used to stay there. Rest of the time my husband used to take care of them. And I never used to go in the afternoon because I was pretty much busy. Then that way we just mobilized around 3-4 months in the NICUs. And when they were back home also, a lot more support from the family and a lot more support from the people around my family, my relatives. All of them, they put a roster of 3 months to take care of the kids. And they all just helped me a lot. But when I became pregnant again at 39, again a spontaneous pregnancy, because with the twins life changed a lot. Then we switched to organic food and well-being, and I quit my night shifts and night calls. The extra hours that we work in the clinics and all that, I took care of the kids. Then lifestyle changed. When we were actually happy and everything was going good, then pregnancy walked in naturally. Then started again everybody saying, again if you are going to have a preterm, it's going to be very bad. And I went back to the doctor who did an IVF for me. Then she put a stitch, and then at 37 weeks I delivered again through a section. But obstetrics is so very tricky. It's not the same. I walked into the OT with 2 obstetricians, pediatricians, everybody around, with 12 grams of hemoglobin. I had so much of PPH and difficult extraction. God forbid, for what reason also we don't know. I came out of the OT at 7 grams. And my son reached to the NICU straight from the ward to the NICU. So obstetrics doesn't spare obstetricians, doesn't spare anybody. Obstetrics can be tricky. And it is so very tricky that you don't expect that thing to happen, but it happens. And I had a lot of PPH and somehow managed. Again, my son was in the NICU, then he came back home. I had 3 kids to take care. But I just told 4 of my patients only that I was pregnant. Nobody knew. Those 4 patients also someone managed to deliver them that week. After a week, I came back to work. And my son also knows it very well. If there is any emergency also, my husband, me and my son, all 3 used to get into the car. And we used to sleep in the back seat, very tiny one in a small couch. I used to go finish my deliveries and come back. So somehow we managed. It's juggling. But it's not permanent. It's only temporary. And temporary things don't last long. And children grow up so fast, right in front of your eyes. All that you have to do is little adjustments.
But what we are teaching today is don't raise your children, raise yourself. Learn yourself.
This is where the fire and passion comes from. Big round of applause for Shilpi ma'am, not just as a gynecologist but also as a super mom.
Now I would like to request Dr. Alekhya to felicitate Dr. Ankita. Thank you, ma'am.
Let's just take a break because we are changing battery as well. Anna, change your battery.
Moving ahead, we are around 20 to 30 minutes behind schedule. We are merging two sessions. She is also associated with Neuro Nurture and Autism Society of Andhra Pradesh in Telangana. Madhi ma'am. Harshita ma'am is a good friend, in fact great friend, and my son is learning many great things from her in her school, and it gives me immense pleasure to invite Harshita ma'am, who is an educationist for over 18 years of experience in field of education, including decades of dedicated years in foundational years. She is founder and director of Little Cuddles International Preschool and is also at the moment serving as state president for Telangana Holistic Child Development Council under WICI, which is Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. True visionary, great person. Along with them, I would also like to invite Dr. Ramya, who is from Child Development Center, Autism Resplice. She is presently working as a clinical operation and director at Resplice Child Development Center. Without further ado, I would like to go ahead with our questions, madam. So, my first question is to Harshita ma'am. Ma'am, many children in play school come with different variety of breakfast. How, as a parent, we can improve ourselves so that we can actually inculcate good habits as per school, from the perspective of a school teacher and a principal. What and how do you decide that this food is not good, this food is okay, and this food is bad for them? Because as a parent, I personally feel when you talk about junk food, every day you give fruit, you give different snacks, but there will always be some portion from the bad part of our body, from the love, we also give one chocolate. So how do we manage this? And as a educationist and as person who is handling children in schools, how do you identify and help parents to identify right meals for their children?
Thank you so much for having me here, and very good evening everyone. So since I represent a preschool over here, so I just wish everyone can revert me back with the same energy. Good evening everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much. So when it comes to healthy food at school, like we prefer telling parents to send fruits and anything which is made at home, homemade stuff, not the junk food or the hot chips items being sent by the parents. Actually, working parents struggle the most because they do not have any other option but to quickly just grab something chips or something handy snacks, right? But yeah, having it for a day or two is all okay, but on the daily basis, if a child is having the same thing, it's surely going to impact the immunity system of the child, and the child is often going to fall sick. And then parents come rushing to the school saying that, ma'am, my child has fallen sick in the school because of the school, where the responsibility is equally shared by the parents too, right? So when it comes to healthy snacking, anything made at home by a mom or the cook or the grandmother is going to be healthy, made with all healthy items. Like you can give them ghee also, you can give them butter also, but you have to limit the quantity of the things, right? So yes, of course, on a daily basis, bread and jam is not a good thing. right? And then daily, on a daily basis, like junk, like chips, or any other handy like bundi, or I have seen many times children get all those banana chips and bundi and all in their snack boxes, because the child is staying only for 3 hours, right? But those 3 hours are also important, because their concentration level decides how they are going, like their food decides how their concentration level is going to be in the school, right? They are going to be either very cranky, they are going to be like very dull if they do not have sufficient. And we, in my school, I've seen, in the name of healthy food, some parents send 4 like almonds with the child because that is sufficient. That is not so. Actually, you need to understand the capacity of your child, how much the child requires at school, or maybe what is going to give the energy to the child to retain at school for 3 hours, because they are completely occupied in the preschools for 3 hours, not only mentally but physically too. So they exhaust energy a lot. So accordingly, you need to decide at home what to give and what not to give, because you are the best person to judge or to tell what is best for your child. Whatever you think is good is good. Whatever you think is bad, or it ticks in your mind, no, should I give this or not? When this question mark comes, that means that thing is not very healthy for the child. So think about that, yeah. And we are privileged that we are in the south region of India. Idli is a very good thing. Right, dosa is a very good thing. So it can be given on a daily basis too, but it becomes sometimes very boring. So what the children do, they find the other tiffins very interesting, what the other child has got in the box, right? So yes, of course, but then it is very important to give something healthy. Yes, nuts can be given, but you have to make sure that your child is not allergic to it, because many children at school are allergic to nuts, some sort of nuts.
Great. Madhvi ma'am, when we talk about children, one of the question which bothers parent is autism. And when this word autism is spoken, all the parents, they feel, is my child autistic? Is there a behavior problem in the kid? So how soon can we identify autism? As you are coming from the background of early intervention and as a development specialist, can we actually identify autism at 6 months of age? Or what are the red flags which help a parent to quickly take opinion from a specialist when they are thinking to rule out autism per se?
Autism cannot be diagnosed at 6 months of age. It's too early to diagnose autism, but if a parent is, sometimes mothers become very anxious because they're reading about autism, they're watching all kinds of information on Insta or on YouTube. So the best thing, a best thumb rule for any mom would be frequent pediatrician visits anyway they would do. The doctors are anyway looking at the child. Nowadays the doctors are so on top of the game that they know what exactly is happening with the child. In fact, we get so many referrals from pediatricians nowadays. It's improved a lot significantly. So doctors will anyway flag. If by any chance doctors have missed, mothers can look for the child not giving eye contact, no social smile, not responding to name call, or highly lethargic or extremely active than, mothers usually go to playgrounds, they would watch other kids of similar age. They can see that, oh, my child is probably not doing these similar things, Those could be the red flags. But anyway, if they are in doubt, they can always go to a developmental pediatrician or take a developmental screening test for that age from any qualified clinician. They would test the child and find out. But at 6 months, diagnosing autism is not possible. Yes.
Thank you for highlighting that, ma'am. Ramya ma'am, my next question is to you. If somebody is having first child as autistic, what is the possibility of having second child also as autistic?
Yes, there are 80% chance of second child is getting autism. Because there are a lot of studies behind that. Recently, US government released one report called Maha report. So chemicals and what we are eating, adulterated foods and all the refined processed foods. So however many chemicals we are consuming in our daily life, they are going to causing disturbance in our gut microbiome and brain chemical balance, right? So there are 80% chance of getting autism in second child. So with proper genetic testing, when whoever the parents they want to plan for second pregnancy who are already having autistic child, so they can prevent autism based on some detox protocols and using some supplements and proper genetic screening. We can avoid that.
Thank you for this clarification, ma'am. Harshita ma'am, my next question is to you. Many children who are sending their kids to school, after preschool they want to decide which school to go ahead with. So how should a parent plan which school to decide? ICSE, CBSE, IB, Cambridge, State, XYZ. How this choice of schooling takes into consideration?
Actually, first we need to understand the interest of the child, and child shows the interest from the very young age, right? Like though it is said, like if a child says I want to be a doctor, the next day the child will say I want to be an engineer and all, but still you know that what kind of thinking a child is having, right? But then here we decide which school we should choose for our children, which is going to be more economical, which is going to get everything for my child. So we think in that perspective. We don't think like which exactly the curriculum is going to be good. It's basically, in India we have good curriculums available, CBSE, ICSE, IB, Cambridge and all. But up till the grade 5, level of grade 5, things are almost same. There is no change. Only the methodology what we adopt is different, right? So it's playway approach. It's CBSE is more book approach. Like they believe in like teaching through the books and all. So the knowledge is up to that level. But that is not so. Even the CBSE boards are improving a lot, and a lot of government initiatives are being taken where the comprehensive curriculum is being planned, where the children should be able to learn in a better way. But choosing or deciding which curriculum I should follow for my child once the child completes senior KG is not an appropriate question as for now, because you never know how your child is going to be in future. So you have to understand whether your child learns the thing through more listening to it, or the child gets involved into it and then learn it, or the child just sits and listen and learn, or the child is like completely involved in a lot of things, like a kinesthetic learner is a kinesthetic learner, auditory learner, or a visual learner, or sees the thing and learn, right? Basically children at this age are the kinesthetic learners, but now because of excessive screen time things have got ruined a lot, right? Because children are not much focused, they do not understand the things, they do not know how to process the things and all, right? But according to me, it's not the correct time to decide. First, try to understand the interest of the child, you understand the capacity of the child, how the child is, how the child learns the thing, and then you choose the curriculum, right? If your child learns through play, if a child feels happy to learn through activities and all, it's better to go with international curriculums, because the writing pressure is going to be more in CBSE based or curriculum, right? So it's up to the parents. If you want them to go in a traditional way as you have gone, then you can choose CBSE. If you want to make them very competitive from the very young age, so which is not actually beneficial and not prescribed to. But yes, if you want to keep them open, like for the future, you want them to explore more and be the boss of their own, then it's better to go with the easiest thing, that is not easiest, but exploring thing, that is international based curriculums.
Okay. Madhvi ma'am, when we talk about schooling, the other challenge which parents face is if a child is having query behavioral abnormalities. How can a parent actually, rather I'll put it this way, what are the red flag signs which should not be missed by parents if they are suspecting behavioral abnormalities? After evaluation, we will label them as ADHD, autism or other behavioral abnormalities, but what are the red flags which parents should not miss so that they don't delay in taking opinion for behavioral abnormalities, madam?
The first red flag that parents usually tend to spot is around 1.5 to 2 years. Usually that's the trend in India. The first symptom that they would notice is the child is not speaking. So they will wait for up to 2 years and then they'll, because in India again we have joint families, extended families, elders in the family. They tend to tell us that it's okay, boys speak late and wait for 6 more months. Your husband also spoke late, so maybe the child is also going to speak late. So they delay another 6 months. By 2.5 years, when the school is telling them that the child is behaving little differently, and the schools are in a very tight spot because they don't know how to present it to the parent. They are kind of worried to even flag it to the parents because we don't know how the parents are going to react to the school saying that there is something off with the child. So the schools are scared. So the whole process takes about 3 years. By the time a child comes to a CDC or to a developmental pediatrician, it might take up to 3 years, and then we start the process of assessment, and by 3 years we can actually diagnose if there is autism or not, or if there is just a speech delay or any other developmental delay. So usually it takes about 3 years, and the first flag that people notice is speech. But before that, I would say there'll be a lot more red flags that the parents would have noticed, but they probably don't know that it's a red flag. It could be no response to name call, as I said. The child is not playing with other children. The child is engaged with himself or herself. There's a history of a lot of screen time that child has, maybe a couple of hours a day, especially children born during COVID and after COVID, because the education was entirely done online. Parents were giving children screen up to 4 to 6 hours a day. So basically there was no interaction with other children, and screens were very easy babysitters. There were no helpers or maids. If mother and father were working, they were given screens and 6-8 hours a day. So the child basically missed all the opportunities to socialize. So they missed all the social skills and language skills that were developed. And a lot of nuclear families, young mothers, they did not know how to engage with children. So they thought, if the child is not talking to me, why should I talk to the child? Some mothers actually ask me these questions, ma'am, but the child is not talking to me. Why should I talk to the child? I care for the child, I bathe the child, I feed the child, I look after the child. But what is the need of talking because he is not talking to me? Okay, so that's another thing. A lot of times, parents don't understand how to engage with the children, with their own children. And third thing is extreme hyperactivity, not understanding danger, climbing on the balcony, on the railing, not understanding that they might fall off. So risky behaviors is what parents notice, and they think it's being naughty. Not to some extent it can be termed as naughty, but after a certain extent the child is just not able to understand any danger. I would definitely go to a doctor or a clinician to evaluate further. So these are the red flags I would look for.
Ramya ma'am, when an ADHD child comes to you or a parent asks us, how can they drain their energy, because that is one aspect which is a common utilization of right resources. How should a parent work and how should a parent plan activities around a child who is suffering with ADHD, that is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
Yes. So not only for ADHD cases, nowadays parents are not at all spending time with the kids, and they are giving all the junk food and all the sugary foods and adulterated foods. That itself is causing hyperactivity in even neurotypical kids also. So when it comes to ADHD kids, so it is necessary to drain out their energy by giving some home-based activities, like parents need to spend time with them, and I don't know how many parents are spending time like walking or maintaining daily routine and taking them just for the walk and making them understand the things, and they are not at all spending proper time during their meal also. So we have to spend time, and we have to plan some activities like swimming and getting them engaged in some kind of sports activities. And when it comes to ADHD, and therapies like occupational therapy will definitely help. So, and some play-based activities will help them to drain the energy.
Any specific thing what parents can do at home?
Yeah, it's like regular walking and some kind of massages and swimming, those kind of things will
No, if they
definitely
have 1300 SFT, how much can they walk? Or it's a normal size of a human, of a household here. So, are any specific strategies which you tell parents to apply so that ADHD child will spend their extra energy, expand their energy, and actually will be, at least one side will be managed? How does it work?
So, yeah, when it comes to nuclear families and staying in apartment kind of facilities, it's better to take them to some indoor activities areas, and at home also we can plan some activities regarding jumping and doing some pressure compression exercises. Those kind of things will definitely help at home. And when it comes to outside environment, regular walking and making them like most of the kids, not even ADHD or autism cases, they will like to play with water a lot, right? So swimming will be definitely benefit for those kids, and making them engaged in some sports, that will definitely benefit the kids.
With this, I will be concluding this session. In case there are other questions, now the panelists are, yeah, okay.
I just wanted to ask, what steps we should take? I mean, see, I'm a social impact leader. You're working with creating awareness of autism. I really wanted to understand how and what we should do to increase inclusivity at schools for the kids on the spectrum. Unfortunately, today the inclusivity is not there at all, especially in India.
Should I? Yeah. I think inclusion is the only way forward. The more segregation we do, the harder it becomes as a society for us to understand neurodiversity. For example, when we went to school, all the special children were just not there in the school. They were secluded, they were in special schools. But now at least there is some semblance of inclusion. Some kids with neurodiversity are in the regular classrooms. One reason why schools are struggling to include is what I think is lack of training. Teachers don't know how to include. They want to include. I work with a lot of teachers and lot of schools. They all want to include, but they don't know how to include. Inclusion is not just giving admission to a child in a regular school. Inclusion is ensuring that the child gets what the child deserves, the kind of education the child deserves. So one is training, lack of training to teachers. Second is lack of awareness to parents. Again, parents just want children to go to regular schools. They don't know how to. So when a school is asking for help, parents don't know how to support the child, So when the schools are always asking for shadow teachers, And who is the shadow teacher? Shadow teacher is not an extra teacher in the classroom. Shadow teacher is a specially trained teacher who knows how to include the child. So we don't have shadow teacher programs in our country. We have B.Ed programs, and a B.Ed teacher with B.Ed RCS certified B.Ed course is highly qualified to just shadow one child, and she might even ask for a 50-60K salary, which the parents cannot pay. The second third challenge would be who's going to pay the salary for these teachers? The school cannot afford. A small preschool with 50 kids cannot pay a shadow teacher 50K to have. So we just recently launched an online shadow teacher training program. It was for free. For anybody who wanted to learn to become a shadow teacher, it could be an existing preschool teacher or anybody like us who just wants to support children who are neurodiverse. So a lot of training is needed. And once the training is in place, only then inclusion happens. Just putting a child in a regular school is not inclusion at all. It's unfair to the child.
Who are neurodivergent. And I have seen a lot of improvement in them. Like, we do not take extreme cases, of course. If we see we are unable to deal with them. But then yes, of course, I'm not trained to take care of the neurodivergent children, but then still what I felt in these past few years, that the empathy works a lot with these children. Like most of the children, when they come with a speech delay or with some like sort of developmental delay which is not major, it gets settled in the school itself with a little empathy, with a little more interaction, with communication with the child, which really helps the child. I can proudly say that we have 3 to 4 children who joined us in nursery. They repeated nursery twice, but right now one of them is in senior KG, one of them is in junior KG, because academically they are doing fantastic. So that means their learning capability is there, but still they are struggling because they miss parents or any adult at home. Because parents are working, they do not have much time to spend with their children, so we seek help from the house help, or we just take help from our parents and all. Like being into this generation or into this scenario right now, we are mostly dependent on mobiles. So that is the easiest way to handle a child. So whenever the child is cranky and you are busy, you'll give mobile. Or if you go out, if you want your child to be disciplined, you'll give mobile. If you have gone to a restaurant and you want your child to settle, you'll give a mobile. But just think how we have grown. We were not there. When we were there were no mobiles. But still we adapted everything, we learned everything. But since we are more dependent on these gadgets, we have ruined the life of children. Many of the children don't come into this spectrum at all. But then parents themselves, they tag their children, like my child is having speech delay, my child is not behaving properly, I think so he needs a behavioral therapy. Like that. But they don't understand the core thing, what is wrong, what is going wrong. It's basic interaction is missing. So they don't know the basic things, how to communicate. They don't know how to talk. So they come to school, they learn, they observe. They take little time, but they get to learn through observation. As in a previous session, like someone told, children learn through observation. These curriculum books doesn't make them learn anything. So it's very much true. Like they learn through, and that is what exactly the preschools are doing. They involve them in activities. There is more of a play, because play is the best way to teach the child. When my daughter was, 14, 13 months old, she got few rubber bands which were of different colors. She herself segregated the rubber bands according to the color. I didn't teach her. I didn't ask her to segregate, but she did it on her own. So every play, whatever the child is doing or getting involved into, is learning something, because that is the first and new experience for the child, right? So that's the answer for your question.
I would also like to add something over here. When we all were small, we all enjoyed playing cricket with bat made by us, which was the back of the examination board, and ball was also made by paper. You make it tight and wrap as much as tape you can, and then you play in your own house. How many of you have done that cricket activity? How many of you have broken good stuff at home and got scolded? Mostly all of us. Just take a minute, all of you, a small activity, including faculty and teachers. Close your eyes. Close your eyes and just think about the best time you had when you were a young child. Close your eyes. Give yourself 1 minute, including those who are shooting. Close your eyes, take 1 minute. Just remember the best time you had while you were young. Open your eyes. How many of you seen money, mobile, expensive clothes, good car, posh food, biggest restaurant, most plushiest hotel rooms, or a vacation? Not vacation, I mean a hotel or a city where you were. None of you? Now, how many of you seen you spending your time with your sibling, jumping? How many of you seen holding your father's hand and walking? How many of you seen just chasing anything? It can be a polythene bag, it can be a bird, it can be insects, it can be waves. How many of you seen such things just now in last 1 minute? Most of us?
Yeah.
This is life. You embrace feelings. You live in moment. You capture moments, you keep them with you, and when the time is right, you bring them back. So if you really want to bring in the positive energy, just give 1 minute, close your eyes and go back. You will realize what real life is. So this is all what parenting is also all about. Parenting is simplified. When we listen about facts and food facts and many facts and fact about the fact and then fact against the fact, then it's a human mind. It gets boggled up. So keep it simple. There are so many ways to declutter. Utilize them. Tap the right resources. Finish your question with a simplified answer and keep your life simple. Because just now you realize that what stays in your mind is very pure, very simple, very unique, very close to your heart, which brings smile. How many of you smiled just 1 minute back when we did this activity? I've seen 100%. 100% of you smiled. Because you all liked that moment, you spent 1 minute in getting it back. With this, I conclude this session, and I would like to invite Dr. Ashish to felicitate Dr. Ramya. Dr. Ashish is our pediatric surgeon at KIMS Gachibowli branch. Dr. Sindhu to kindly felicitate Harshita ma'am. Anna. Next is ma'am ka okay. Dr. Sindhu, Madhvi ma'am, to felicitate Madhvi ma'am. Dr. Satwika to kindly felicitate Harshita ma'am. Dr. Satwika is our emergency specialist who is taking care of all adult and pediatric emergency and managing things. Now I am going to take all of you to a journey. Now this journey is all about a thought which came to one person who was practicing pediatrics for more than 2.5 decades. Came from a very humble background and is doing good job, good work, learned from one of the premier institute in India. In 2015, this person realized that all of a sudden children are getting sicker when they were having loose motions. So she started probing it. Now when the probe started, she realized that the daily uptake of ORS is now being misled. Same ORS is rebranded. In fact, not same ORS, right ORS is mislabeled and is now being glorified, and a wrong thing is happening. And the uphill task begins. I'm talking about our respected senior pediatrician of Hyderabad, who is now pride of nation. In fact, I will rather put it this way, pride of all lower middle income group countries. Because we are developing nation, we have problem of dehydration, we will come across problem of dehydration in India, Southeast Asia, Africa, and we were being penalized because we were just not being very careful in choosing what was right. She stood up for us. She fought a battle for more than 10 years, alone most of the time. And finally in October 2025, FSSAI, which is the governing body in India on food standards, with her persistent efforts, she saved her thought and she saved many lives during his crusade, and because of her actions, I think lakhs and crores of life through eternity will be saved. So a great round of applause for Shivranjani Santosh ma'am. Ma'am, I would humbly want it is a proud moment, ma'am. Please come, ma'am. I would like to invite Dr. Ankita, Dr. Chetan, Dr. Babu to please come on stage. Dr. Ankita, kindly felicitate ma'am. Ma'am, this felicitation is our small gesture from KIMS Cuddles, KIMS Gachibowli Hospital for motivating us. I think my first, I stay in Lanco Hills, ma'am stay in Lanco Hills. My first call to ma'am was thank you. Because of you, probably it gives me immense energy to pursue what I feel is not right in society. Because otherwise I felt यार मेरी कौन सुनेगा, अकेला pediatrician क्या कर लेगा. Now I can say अकेला pediatrician बहुत कुछ कर सकता है. From KIMS Cuddles, from KIMS Gachibowli, please accept our small felicitation, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, few words from your side will mean a lot. And from the bottom of my heart, I really feel proud that we are in this time zone when a person who stood by what she thought is right had fought and taught that it is still possible to fight your battles. We always used to say Mahatma Gandhi अकेले ही चल पड़े, उन्होंने सब कुछ इंडिया को आज़ादी दिला दी. There are so many, no, there is no comparison, ma'am. I'm not comparing you with anyone. Life example. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. It's really nice being here. Thank you, Doctor. So,
it's on, ma'am.
Am I audible? He wanted to me to tell you about what happened. So, basically, I am the type of person who cannot just sit quiet if something is going wrong. I've always been like that. It's not like it's something different now. But this was too criminal according to me. Like, not just a small injustice. It's criminal that a parent who is going to get medicine, oral rehydration salts, okay, to prepare oral rehydration solution for her baby, for her child who is having diarrhea, she or he gets something which is going to make her child's condition worse. And her child is ending up getting hospitalized, potentially pushing the child towards death. 13 out of 100 children in India in the under 5 age group die because of diarrhea and dehydration. And it is criminal according to me. And how dare they do this to our children? I mean, I couldn't sit, like knowing it and not doing anything about it was not something Shivranjani would ever do. So it's not like only this issue. But this was too much. As a mom, as a pediatrician, it's too close to my heart. Like, I mean, you can't just let it go. It's so unfair. And it's not that they knowingly labeled it that way. They knew they're doing business with the lives of children when they labeled it that way. And when we brought it to their notice also, they put one small disclaimer in the back side, do not give during diarrhea. Okay? Just to protect themselves legally. Pathetic people. Okay? And it's there everywhere in pharmacies, ICUs, hospitals. You tell me, Many of you would have gone and bought doctors. I'm not talking about other people. Pediatricians also didn't know. Didn't know. It was that, they were so good with their marketing skills. Then when initially I said, no, this is not done. Then they tried to bribe their way by saying, ma'am, we'll give you a speaker chance in IAP conference. Who cares for a speaker chance in IAP conference? I mean, like, what nonsense. I said, get lost. And you have children, never ever dare to reach me like this. And never ever has any company ever reached me like that. I mean, ever. Okay, after that. But I started by educating parents. Then I started raising social media awareness, through social media. And I was taking first aid and CPR classes from 2010. I personally trained more than 20,000 parents in CPR, all voluntary. I don't do any paid workshops. That's against my principle. So many schools teach. So I used to take these packets and show them, see, don't give this, this is how you prepare the solution. But that wasn't enough because that limited circle, right? So I started writing to the authorities, CDSCO. With one letter, they should have taken the matter and solved it. What they did, they asked me for proofs. Okay, I sent proofs. They said, okay, we didn't give permission. FSSAI gave permission. You reach out to FSSAI. So I had to reach out to FSSAI. They didn't solve the problem. Then I kept writing. It wasn't getting solved. I wrote to the health minister, Manshukh Mandavia. Mr. Manshukh Mandavia was the health minister at that time. And from his office, an order came to FSSAI, look into the matter. Then 8 April 2022, order was issued. You should not use ORS on the labels. But within 3 months, it was changed. 14 July, they said, you use ORS on your labels, but write a disclaimer. This is not an ORS. So I am an apple, I am not an apple. I am a medicine, I am not a medicine. Okay, what nonsense is this? So then I thought, enough is enough. Writing is done, no point. I'll reach out to the judiciary. Then I filed a public interest litigation in Telangana High Court. That took time to get accepted. It got accepted in September. It was going on slow, Tariq pe Tariq, Sunny Deol wala type, no? Tariq pe Tariq. Okay. Then, and I kept writing. Then I started gathering proofs. So many parents shared their experiences with me. No? And pediatricians, a couple of them I shared on social media also. Chennai endocrinologist, the child was diabetic. And he was having diarrhea. So mother thought, okay, he's not eating anything. I should not give insulin. And she kept giving ORSL, that apple one, 5-6 tetra packs. So he landed up in ketoacidosis and coma. He survived. Like that, Dr. Chetan Ginigeri, you know, no?
Yes.
Karnataka,
yeah.
intensivist. So burns patient, okay, child. Continuously mother was giving this ORSL. He was purging, dehydrate, gone into shock. Okay, so these reports. And then I sent my people and some doctors helped me. Go to the shop, ask ORS de do buy. They'll give ORSL or rebalance with ORS. We took videos. Okay, all these things I did. Because something so glaring, so straightforward, I needed to gather proofs. That is the unfortunate reality. Okay, and all this I sent to both the Prime Minister and the Health Minister this time, not just Health Minister, mota files. And through a couple of members of Parliament, I knew I sent files again. Because I don't know which file will reach them. So, like, I didn't want to leave any angle. I called the major pharma distributors, Apollo and MedPlus. MedPlus didn't entertain me. And Apollo did talk to me and said, yes, they will take care. Only WHO recommend formula will be there. I called hospitals in Hyderabad and said, please, to your patients, don't give these liquids. So, like, basically, it's like anything I see, I tried my best to educate people, reach out to authorities, judiciary, anything possible I did. I reached out to Indian Academy of Pediatrics, zero response, negative response. If they had taken it up, it would have gone very well and faster. So it was a lone battle till 2024 ending, when many doctors and podcasters, journalists and all came forward, parents, to support, and in Endocrine Society of India and Women Pediatricians Forum implemented in my petition. So an association supporting me will have much more weightage than an individual fighting the battle. That when this cough syrup incident happened and the doctor was arrested, I went on to social media and blasted the authorities saying, you needed 20 children to die for you to wake up. So how many children should die? I've been asking you about this ORS, mislabeling. Then after that only the order came. So why the order came? Nobody knows. But when the order came, I was so happy and I was so relieved, and that went so viral that now everybody calls me ORS Lady of India. So why the order came, I don't know till now. And then they had the guts to go and ask for stay. Then again I had to blast. And then people took over nicely. You would have seen so many memes.
Yes.
180 crore versus children's lives. So the pressure was tremendous on the judiciary also at that point, and FSSAI. So they said, no, you cannot sell the stock. But shamelessly, this Kenu company again went for a stay order, and again court kicked them out on 12th November,
Supreme
2 days
Court,
back.
yes.
No, Delhi High Court only. I think they won't go and make fools of themselves. They won't go to Supreme Court, but you never know these people. Okay, but anyway, I will fight if they go. That's for sure.
Now we
Tooth and nail.
Now we will fight now.
Yes, we'll all fight.
Now.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Dr. Nick.
Ma'am, with your, like I said, motivation is a word, but you are a live example, and taking motivation from you, what KIMS Gachibowli had thought and brought out is, we are starting community emergency team training centers. This is first of a kind in India, where our hospital will be free CPR and emergency skill building training center for all the societies, approximately 7 to 8 kilometers around our hospital. Excellent. So Dr. Ankita has played a pivotal role, Dr. Satvika in procurement, so inputs from gynae team in OBG emergencies, pediatric team in pediatric emergency, adult teams, all departments have worked together to train common persons in identification of problem, right from taking care of dehydration with ORS to CPRs if needed.
So you're forming teams in each society.
When we will be calling the societies to nominate people, like we reside in Lanco, 20 people from Lanco every month, 50, 100, we have a sitting capacity. Plan is to start the process, and trust me, energy came that one person can also start, and when an institute like KIMS supports, then actually great minds work together and great things work well. Now I would like to invite our team cuddles from Gachibowli branch, from Secunderabad branch, our gynae team, pediatric surgeons, Kavya ma'am, Nikita ma'am, all the doctors. Also, I would like to mention over here that this is a teamwork which is only possible if we are training, you should be willing to get trained. So if you are residing in a society and you feel that knowing these skills of saving life is actually going to add value, then please nominate yourself and also 5 people from your society, so that we can actually start doing some progress and making it happen. Bhagya ma'am, please come. Ma'am, she is nursing in charge, and they are...
Bhagya, I know. Her children's pediatrician was at Apollo before.
Great,
I
ma'am.
know her very well.
Chetan sir, Babu sir, please come.
As soon as I came, she was sitting with me only.
Ankita, please. Yes. And we'll have a small launch of our community team training, emergency team training center. We'll take a picture, ma'am. Please come. Yeah, but they will be launched. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Ma'am, please come. Aye, ma'am, please. Nikita ma'am, Kavya ma'am, please come.
All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. And what you should do during an illness. Without further delay, I would like to start. My first question is to Chetan sir. Sir, when you are a pediatric intensivist, and in field of ICU, if child is admitted and the path of recovery is not always simple, how should a parent decrease their anxiety while the child is becoming sicker by the day, and actually it is only time and interventions over a specific duration which are going to define how will the outcome be. So what should a parent do to decrease their anxiety level when the child sickness is so much that the child is admitted in critical care areas?
Yeah, so whenever a parent's child is in an ICU, in a critical care area, first and foremost is the communication with the treatment provider team. And there, like when we talk to the parents, for the first time when they are in ICU, we give them more time because it's kind of a bombshell for them. Many a times the illness is not an expected one, and suddenly the child meets with something which is very drastic, and we need to give them more time to get hand of the situation or to understand the whole situation. So we need to speak to them repeatedly, many a times in different manners we do speak to them. So I would like my patients' parents to ask me more questions. There they should not be feeling any hesitation in asking the questions, whether they are tough questions, whether they are very simple questions. But if something is not clear in your mind what's going on with the child or how the treating team is going to deal with the current situation, the parents have to have a fairly decent or clear idea. If that idea is not there, like what's wrong with the child, sometimes the doctors may not be able to pinpointedly tell what's going on or what's wrong, but they'll give you a brief idea about what systems are involved and what are they thinking and how they are going to support the child. At least that much they should have. So having clarity in terms of understanding the diagnosis, understanding the situation the child is in and how the situation is going to be dealt with, it's very important. That relieves the anxiety. That also builds the confidence in the parents' minds that we are at a right place where things are getting looked at in a holistic manner, and we are given enough opportunity to ask questions, and we are our queries are getting due attention and they are satisfied. So that will reduce the anxiety. Then, rather than trying to get more Google knowledge, they can rope in somebody who is either related to them or whom they know, who is from a medical field, who is a qualified doctor, a pediatrician will be very, very welcome. So many times the child comes to a tertiary care ICU, he will be or she will be looked at by a pediatrician. So if you rope in that person as your liaison person, that will be very, very good, because the parents already have a rapport with their pediatrician. The treating team, they may be meeting for the first time, so they may not establish that rapport in the first visit. But having a person who is already looking after your child, and so that person can give you a little more hands-on idea about what's going on, and that also relieves the anxiety to quite an extent. And then you have to put faith somewhere. So once you have decided, once you have met the treating team and you have understood what's going on, then expectations.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Alekhya, my next question is to you. When we talk about serious illnesses, no illness will become serious illness in a day. There is a big role of prevention. And in field of pediatrics, there are common set of problems: cold, cough, fever, high-grade fever, distress problem, ventilation, abdomen infection, loose motion, dehydration, heart getting sicker, shock, and ICU. How can we prevent abdomen infection, which is a big plethora of problem?
Yeah, I think any infection, the first step is always hand hygiene. Hand hygiene comes first, especially to prevent abdominal infections. We should be very vigilant in taking care of hand hygiene, washing the hands before washing fruits or vegetables, or when the hands are clearly soiled, like after some outdoor activities, or after touching pets, especially parents after they change the diapers, and after using the toilet. So these are all the things where mandatorily the hand hygiene is very important. The other thing is the food preparation, especially during the food preparation, it needs to be taken care of that the food is washed very carefully under running water at least for 5 minutes. The fresh fruits and vegetables should be washed before giving it to the kids. And surface disinfection also plays a very important role, especially after COVID. We have seen regularly cleaning the high-touch surfaces like the toilet areas, the doorknobs. So they need to be disinfected regularly as well. And water is another source of infection, especially abdominal infections like salmonella or rotaviral infections. So making sure that clean water is taken from good sources is very important, filtered water. And also now we have vaccinations to prevent severe infections from rotavirus. So regular vaccinations to prevent rotaviral infections, and boosting the immunity by giving a good, well-balanced diet. So these are all the things which prevent infections.
Thank you, Dr. Alekhya. Dr. Ashish, as a surgeon, as a pediatric surgeon per se, I have two questions. How is pediatric surgeon different from general surgeon? All the parents want to know that. Second, what are those factors which a parent can intervene, or those problems which by quick survey by parents they can pick, which actually need a pediatric surgeon intervention?
Yeah, generally main difference between a pediatric surgeon and a general surgeon is, in initial days of foundation training they'll have a common training, but whereas in the later training there is significant difference where a pediatric surgeon will do an extra 3-year course which is directed mainly towards the surgical problems which are mainly found only in children. And a pediatric surgeon usually operates on newborns, infants, children and adults till 18 years of age. Whereas general surgeon operates on middle-aged and old-aged people and late adults, that is after 18 years. And the age-specific diseases, surgical problems are usually age-specific. The diseases what we see in children are mainly appendicitis, hernia and conditions like empyema. But the same kind of disease we see in adults also, the same appendicitis, hernia. But the method of treatment differs, because if you say the common case is hernia, the hernia what we see in children is an indirect hernia, which is not due to muscle weakness, but due to persistence of the communication between the abdomen and the scrotum. But whereas in adults, the hernia is called a direct hernia, which is mainly due to weakening of the abdominal muscle. That's the reason why adults, when we are treating adult hernia, we use mesh, whereas in pediatric hernias, we don't use mesh. And the same thing. So urological problems are common urological problems in children are mainly hydronephrosis and vesicular reflux, which is the urine going back from the bladder into the kidneys. But whereas if you see the adult urology part, mainly the problems is regarding stones. So that way, the diseases which occur in children are different from the diseases that occur in the adults. So during our training period, our course is directed towards treating these problems, whereas adult surgeons after general surgery, they usually work on a single organ like oncology, like a gastrosurgeon for gastro and neurosurgeon for neuro. But whereas a pediatric surgeon deals with all the problems in children with regard to brain, thorax, urology, gastroenterology and oncology. It's the difference. And coming to the most common problems which can be easily picked up at home by the parents are any swelling that doesn't go away or that doesn't reduce with medication, that needs a doctor's visit, a pediatrician or a pediatric surgeon. In the same way, if you go from top to bottom, short list might be any openings or swellings in the neck requires immediate surgical consultation, and any chest wall asymmetries, any abdominal distension, any pain in the abdomen in the region of umbilicus or in the right side of the abdomen. Usually we need to rule out constipation first, followed by appendicitis. And with regard to swelling, they're equally higher in number in children also. In the same way, any swelling in the scrotum needs immediate consultation. Why? Because there is something called as testicular torsion, where a normal looking child, after 1 hour, if he has any pain in the scrotum, it might be a torsion. Torsion usually doesn't give us more than 4 hours of time. In 4 hours, the total testis can undergo gangrene. So these are some common problems, and the most common problem is tongue tie. So a normal child can protrude his tongue out as well as can touch the roof of the oral cavity with his tongue movements. Whereas this tongue tie, there's a small band restricting the movement of the tongue, doesn't allow the child to protrude his tongue out of the oral cavity and as well as to touch the roof. So it is not a big problem with regards to digestion or chewing the food. But when it comes to speech, there are specific things like N, L. So these kind of children may have some kind of speech problems. So these are the common problems that we can see in children.
Shyam sir, as a head of neurologist in our hospital and as a great friend of mine, I know we share many cases also. When we talk about behavioral problem, when we talk about neurological problem, there is a father who says that I am an epilepsy patient and my 12-year-old girl is complaining of headache often. That she or my son will also have it?
So in general, from the awareness to the public in general, the difference between the genetics and hereditary. Genetics means when our body grow as a fetus, and there's some kind of gene makeups happens in the different parts of the body, and because of that, people get some kind of disease or some kind of body structures. And hereditary means which comes from the parents to the next generations. So it's very misnomer actually. It's very in epilepsy is a very myth in the society. There's lots of social stigma is there, and day to day I have to counsel the females, the spouse, the parents and children's day to day. It's very big challenging for me. Hereditary epilepsy means coming from the parents is only 2.5 to 5%. That's it. Now out of 100, only 2 to 3 children will get the epilepsy from the parents. That will also they will have the high tendencies. The genetics things are definitely because of now exome gene sequences become so common. If we do any gene test, we get some kind of disease tendency. That is there definitely almost 33% patient have some kind of genetic tendencies. But that is not so common. So we have to understand only 2 to 3%, 2.5 to 5% will have the children. You told about the father. Father is still okay. If the mother having is such a social stigma, I have to counsel. Now I have counseled many family I know. Now, females, I call them. You call your going to be in-laws. I'll counsel them. If mother is having epilepsy, the next generation is not going to have epilepsy. It's not so common. And after marriage, in my front, one family is there. She has a drug refractory epilepsy, and she got 2 kids, and both are not having epilepsy. So this, and I have to counsel them in-laws also. Mother-in-law come, and they say amma ko na possible so even pregnancy possible is there. Even the different anti-epileptic now, the 3rd, 4th generation anti-epileptic drugs are there, which is so safe during the pregnancy. So these are a lot of social stigma, and definitely it's very less. And coming to headache, the pediatric migraine, what is there, it's almost 5 to 10%, and it increases with the ages. We see more during menarches in the girls, and even at the same age we see the boys also. And because of the exposure to screen, and we already discussed in the previous talk, because of the different autistic spectrum, the pediatric migraines is increasing. It's usually it is 5 to 10%, not more than that.
Chetan sir, my next question is to you. As a clinician, sometimes we come across this problem that doctors or hospitals are accused about admitting patient without any reason. What are straightforward mandatory signs which objectively help a parent to finalize and stop searching for more options? Okay, this is the situation, this is the recommendation, I should stick with the recommendation. So as a telltale sign in a child, what are those straightforward signs which warrants admission in hospital?
Yeah, so anything when the child is showing signs or symptoms which are way beyond normalcy, so very abnormal. So right from, if we look at, if the sensory, like if the child is way too drowsy, not at all responding much, or has become very irritable, is not consolable by any means, not his usual tantrum, then fever which is very high grade, or which is kind of not reducing that promptly with medications which we routinely give, which your pediatrician routinely prescribes, and it is not coming down, and because of the fever either the child throws a seizure, or because of the fever the child is not taking anything orally, is either vomiting a lot and thereby going into dehydration. So signs of dehydration which are there, like again a very lethargic child, not passing urine for quite some time, for more than 12 hours, 10 hours, or even for in a day very less, the nappies are not weighing at all, or they are very less weight nappies. So something like that. Then respiratory rate or respiratory difficulty, the child is, a small baby is unable to feed because of the high respiratory rate or respiratory difficulty, or unable to speak in sentences, a bigger child, things like, or it's very obvious for the parents that the child is taking needs a lot of effort to breathe, or breathing at much higher rate than the usual rate. So these are some issues where it's very, very obvious that this child needs proper hospitalization and supervision and proper treatment. Whether the child gets admitted in a low care area like a ward or general ward or a room, or goes to ICU, depends again on the severity of the symptoms.
Alekhya ma'am, like you mentioned that protection and prevention goes hand in hand in pediatric. What should a parent do when child is passing a lot of loose motions? Because dehydration is a killer.
So this is a very common scenario, but what actually a parent needs to know when a child is passing a lot of loose stool is to watch for the warning signs and to understand that the aim here is not to stop the loose stools completely. The aim always in a child who has a diarrhea is to prevent the dehydration because of diarrhea if the child is not vomiting. So, to prevent dehydration, we have to supplement by giving ORS, WHO recommended ORS, which contains water, sugar, and salt and other electrolytes in the recommended quantities. So giving small sips of ORS intermittently, especially after each loose stool, like for infants around 50 ml, and for older children around 100 ml after each loose stool, or if the child is not taking 50 to 100 ml at once, maybe small sips of ORS intermittently will help to prevent dehydration, because this is a very common question. Lot of parents expect that the loose stools should come down. Even despite admission, why is the loose stool not subsiding? Because we are not doing any magic even if the child is admitted in the hospital. Lot of times, even if the child is admitted in the hospital, the treatment is the same. We give probiotics, we give zinc, but the difference we are making here by keeping the child in hospital is supplementing IV fluids, because the child is not taking ORS. So the duration of diarrhea remains the same even if you are in the hospital. The parental expectation is that because we admitted the kid, the loose stool is not subsiding even after 24 hours. No, loose stools will take time, and it needs to be a gradual process in kids. Usually it takes around 2 to 3 days for the diarrhea to come down. Our aim here is only to prevent dehydration by giving ORS. If the child is not drinking ORS, we should supplement with other liquids. And for infants and for mothers who are exclusively breastfeeding, absolutely you can continue breastfeeding. You need not stop breastfeeds. And if you think milk is aggravating the loose stool, maybe temporarily we can stop milk feeds, considering some amount of lactose intolerance, only for the duration of diarrhea, but later we can return back to the normal diet. And you can absolutely give the normal solid diet which the child is taking, and just keep a watch on the warning signs like excessive loose stool leading to with poor oral intake, the child is getting excessively dull and drowsy and is having a persistent vomiting. Then that's the time you need to visit emergency.
Dr. Ashish, for common person, the most scariest part is if the child is having injury at home and now there is a big cut. All of us have it over here. I have many. But so how can a parent child-proof their home, and what are the risky point which actually which warrants an admission after head injury? Most of the kids they fall and they have a laceration of their forehead.
Yeah, as a doctor, even it's always better to prevent the injury rather than letting the injury happen and treating. So by there are some simple methods where we can decrease the number of head injuries, which is given by the Surgical Society of India, Trauma Surgical Society of India. So the first one is secure the environment. By securing the environment, what we mean is any big things in home like TV sets, furniture, or bookshelves, they need to be secured properly to the wall. And the furniture rolling over the kid is the biggest cause of head injuries in children. It is not the falls that are creating. It is the furniture that is the cause for the highest number of head injuries in children. And the second one is you take any sharp object like corners of a table or a furniture or a step in home, where they have to be cushioned by a soft cushioning pad, likely from a 3mm company or something, till at least the child crosses 5 years of age. By that, they are able to reduce around 70% of the lacerations. And the next one, if you take a bathroom, so bathroom floor is always wet in our Indian homes. Bathroom floor should be dried immediately after the bath. This also reduces the risk of injuries. And immediately after a fall, if there is any head injury, there are 4 signs. Any projectile vomiting or bleeding from the ear or to the nose, or seizures, and any loss of consciousness. If these 4 are not there, there is no immediate requirement for an admission or for further evaluation by a CT scan. Only if one of the symptoms is there, then we would advise admission and a further CT scan. And coming to lacerations, not all lacerations need to be sutured. There are only the deep cuts where the injury depth is more than 1 centimeter, or if there is continuous bleed. Those are the things where a surgeon should intervene and try to repair it surgically. Otherwise, most of the wounds can be managed medically by conservative management. And nowadays, even the toys, they have even banned button batteries recently. Now I think that in the next 6 months they are gonna come with a size of the button battery that even they should use in toys. So button battery which is less than, I remember, 5 mm I think, should not be used in toys manufactured in India, because button batteries is the next notorious thing that is causing majority of the injuries in children.
Sham sir, this is my last question for this session. This is coming from a father who has his own father staying, and the question is that, sir, what is stroke? How can I identify it as I stay with my parents and children, and me and my wife both are working? So a stroke in any age group, how can we identify it quickly?
There is a good mnemonics for the stroke. It's called FAST. Everyone should remember. And FAST means F for the face. Face means if the face is getting drooping on the one side, and that arms or legs are not working, that could be the signs of the stroke. And S is speech. Speech means when the patient is not able to speak and there's a voice is not proper, it's not clarity, is not there. So these three are very important signs that we should remember. F for face, A for arm, S for speech. And T is the time. Time is because of the brain, time is very important. So whenever you see anyone in your family members, including the child also, pediatric child also, you see these kind of symptoms in the society, in the family, in the home and the office, you should immediately consider it could be a stroke and should visit the hospital where at least CT scan is available to rule out it is the ischemic stroke or the brain hemorrhage.
I think, do we have any questions for our panelist? We have one, sir. Yeah, please come.
So I would really not agree with the statement that playing in dirt really increases the immunity. Like intentionally playing in dirt really increases the immunity, but yeah, hand hygiene is definitely very important. But accidentally, if you have acquired infection, mild infections will definitely increase the immunity. But that doesn't mean that we are not supervising the kids that they don't wash the hands just because it increases the immunity. So I think, and it's more so for the parents. Because even we have to definitely monitor the kids, but as parents, we also should be watchful that we also maintain a lot of hand hygiene while preparing the food also and supervise the kids also. So yeah, although I agree with the thing, mild infections definitely increase the immunity, but we need to be vigilant and hand hygiene comes always first, even if it increases the immunity.
I will suggest use immunization and vaccination for mild infection.
We are doing everything, and is going a lot. But
So,
if we go to a park, we can't.
yeah, absolutely. So what a good habit is, if you are going to park, ensure that as soon as the play time is over, children are washing their hands.
Yes.
You are washing your hands and ask them to follow. At the same time, don't encourage them of eating anything while playing. These are two benefits. First, infection will not be going. Second, there is risk of accidental aspiration when child is taking a toffee in mouth and running towards the game area. So they may stumble, it may go into the lungs, and a small toffee can cause a lot of problems. So
and with this, like playing in dirt and then having infection, you can't pick up an infection, right? Okay, this is mild, I will have it, and severe one we should not have. So always better to prevent it. Yes, children can play in dirt and they can make merry with the soil and all, but eating, as Dr. Nitin said or Dr. Alika said, eating or drinking anything, let them wash their hands, let them get clean, and then they can have it.
From the neurological point of view, there's something called neurocysticercosis, and it was so prevalent and in the previous decade when people are not aware of the hand hygiene, all those things, and it usually comes from the dirt, and usually we see so much of calcifications in the brain which is unidentified and that causes seizures. And definitely over the periods, because of the awareness about the hand hygiene and playing in the dirt, the incidence of neurocysticercosis will come down in the general population in India. India is the hub for the neurocysticercosis, including South America.
In my clinical practice, I always advise avoid letting your child play with the sand. Sand therapy in form of school is good. Sand in play areas is causing real problem. Many children are coming with allergic manifestation. You do not know how the processing and the chemical exposure to that sand has been went into. So if you can avoid, avoid. Don't fall for everything. Secondly, usage of slime. The rampant usage of slime as a gift item. Those are wrong. Slime is a chemical. Chemicals are never healthy. When you, at one point of time, you talk about skin care, and at second point of time, you ask your child to make a slime with your hand. So it is harmful. So choose your gifts while you're giving it for a birthday wisely. Slime, battery toys like Dr. Ashish was highlighting and others highlighting about the button batteries. Avoiding these are going to help you. With this, we will conclude this session. I would like to invite Dr. Pandu to felicitate Dr. Chetan. Dr. Ankita to kindly felicitate Shyam sir. Dr. Kavya to felicitate Dr. Alekhya. Dr. Nikita to felicitate Dr. Ashish. We are coming close to second last session of the day, which is purely neonatal problems. And for this session, we have seasoned experts who have more than decades of experience, more than 2 decades technically speaking. Very good friend of mine, Dr. Babu Madakar, who is in charge and clinical director of KIMS Kadal Secunderabad. Sir. Dr. Sindhu, who is a neonatologist at KIMS Gachibowli branch, and Dr. Pandu, who is a pediatric and neonatal gastroenterologist. Dr. Bhavani. So, without wasting much time, because we are actually tight on the schedule, I understand. I'll directly jump to the questions. So, Dr. Babu sir, my first question is to you. This question is coming from a mother who has delivered few weeks back, and her question is, sir, I have a 4-year-old child. He seems yellow to me. 4 days old child. He seems yellow. We are taking the child daily to sunlight. Is it okay, or should we admit this child?
Thank you, Dr. Nitin, for actually making this part of this. Since it's a neonatal topic, I don't see any pregnant women sitting here or any newborn baby carried by women. But what I also foresee is that maybe whatever we discuss here maybe will be helpful for next pregnancy.
More than 7,000 are live watching this session.
So if you're planning for next pregnancy, it is going to, the points that we're going to discuss is
Later, we have to increase the quantity of the solids. By so this is initially they are difficult to accept the large amount of solids. So you can give the frequent solid meals, at least 5 to 6 times in a day. Slowly you can make them, as soon as child gets 2 years of old, you can make him eat along with the family part, along with the family members. Try to have a family dinner and try to make child eat in the dining table so that he avoids watching TV and he'll try to feed with parents and family members at a time. Don't feed him separately as soon as he's growing older. Don't feed him separately as soon as he's growing older, at least for 2 years onwards. Try to feed him along the family dinner. At least everyone should have dinner at the same time.
Abhishek.
Try to make him start feed within 15 minutes and finishes it in the half an hour. And to make them more interactive and interesting, have different colors of the foods. Like you can have in a plate, you can have tomatoes, onions, and carrots, beetroots. So you can make it a colorful one plate to just to attract. Or you can cut the fruits in a different shapes. Initially, let them play with the food, or let them smear it on face. Let them play with it. So allow it. So they will feel the texture. They will taste it. Then slowly starts eating.
I would like to take a pause. I would like to invite other panelists for Dr. Bhavani, who is a neonatologist, and Dr. Meghna, who is a senior pediatrician, to please join the panel group.
Or baby didn't like the scent of the baby's clothes or texture of baby's clothes. So it will never be just the hunger. Of course, many of the times soothing and touching the baby, talking to the baby in a soothed, calm voice sometimes may set the tone for the baby. And swaddling nicely, seeing that the diaper is dry, and also seeing that the baby's tummy is full usually sets the stage for a nice sleep. However, in case the baby suddenly startles the body, suddenly starts crying in the middle of the sleep, you feel like when you touch the baby's tummy, baby is crying a lot, and baby is not actually accepting feed but continuously crying. Or baby is not at all sleeping. Usually the sleeping pattern of the baby is around 14 to 18 hours per day for a newborn baby, to be precise. So the sleeping hours will decrease as the age increases, and the frequency of waking up also will change. The intervals between each feed will change. Like for example, a newborn baby may wake up 1.5 to 2.5 hours before in between each feed. However, 2 months or a 3 months old baby may sleep for 3 to 4 hours at a stretch easily if the baby is fed appropriately. So the number of sleep cycles also change with the age. So every time that the baby cries, do not go with the only reason baby is hungry, and do not try to overfeed. Sometimes baby might puke also.
Meghna ma'am, my next question is to you. We often hear that milk is harmful. Some doctors, including me, say milk is not harmful, but use in moderate amount. So what is ultimate answer from your side?
It's a very tricky answer, but ultimately I would say that it is milk is like any other food, and it is the choice of the parent whether they want to give it or no. So yes, milk is very rich in proteins and calcium, but definitely it is not the only source of calcium, because in the Indian population it's very popular that कुछ नहीं खाया तो दूध दे दो ఏం తినలేదంటే పాలు ఇచ్చేయండి బేబీ ఏడుస్తుంది పాలు ఇచ్చే ఏం తినలేదంటే పాలు ఇచ్చే so this is the wrong concept. So replacing meals with milk is the problem. So whenever we replace meal with milk, then obviously we are compromising with many other micronutrients like iron, which is the most common problem in toddlers, and giving excessive milk is the most common reason for iron deficiency anemia. So in the first 1 year of life, yes, milk is the most important thing and the most common source of nutrition for them. But gradually as the age increases, milk has to become more like a snack and not like a complete meal. It should be an additive to a meal and should be preferably offered only after meals, but definitely not before meals, and definitely not as a replacement for meals. And I would like to add on that lot of things are going on in the market, like cows are being given hormones and the hormone milk is harmful. There's nothing like that, because whatever pasteurization is being done to the milk and whatever boiling is being done, yes, cows might be given some hormones to increase the milk production as per the demand of the society. But when we boil, which is a very common practice in the Indian scenario, all those hormones are usually broken down because they are very, very sensitive to heat. So we can happily offer our kids milk, but not as a replacement for food, and anything done in moderation is okay.
Great. So, ma'am, Bhavani ma'am, my next question is to you. When we talk about cow milk, what is the right age to start? Should we start or should we avoid it completely?
As long as the baby is fed on mother's milk, so WHO as such or any other international body recommends us to give exclusive breastfeeding till 6 months of age. So after 6 months of age is the question, we start introducing solid or complementary feeding. Usually there are mothers who fed their children without introduction of any animal milk, be it cow or protein, till 5 years. There are certain mothers who did it at least after 1 year of age. 1 year is the time we tell parents not to go ahead with starting animal milk. So apart from the solids, we recommend giving only mother's milk as an additive, like just how Meghana mentioned. It is not a replacement, just an additive. The amount of milk that baby will receive will decrease, giving more importance to the solids for the next 6 months. However, the point of introduction should be considered only after 1 year of age.
Pandu sir, mother just now messaged me saying ki please ask this question. My child doesn't like to eat fruits, but every day I give him a tetra pack of real juice. Is it okay? Because it is real juice. So can we give juice as a replacement of a fruit?
Simple answer is no, because whatever juice that they say it is really not added extra sugar, but what happens in juice is we miss the pulp of the fruit, which is the fiber. So in fruits we have sugars, which naturally occur fructose plus fibers, which delays the absorption of the sugars, which also helps naturally and doesn't build up the blood glucose levels immediately. Okay, where it comes to the juices, it occurring, though it is naturally occurring fructose, this is without fiber, so it is equivalent to adding extra sugar, so it is not advisable, and this will lead to the development of the more abnormal development of taste, like sweet taste buds, which will become an obstacle later for the balanced nutrition, which can lead to the malnutrition.
Sindhu ma'am, a very common question which you as a neonatologist and also as a pediatrician come across is a 4 or a 5 month old mother comes and says, when should I start feeding my child? When should the first meal should happen? So WHO says 6 month exclusive breastfeeding. So does it mean 6 month completed or does it mean start of 6 month?
Yeah. So complementary feeding should be started completion of 180 days. It should be complete 180 days. And there is a reason behind it. Why should we start 6 months completion is, number one, the baby will be able to sit with support. So that the baby can, when we start feeding, we should never feed on a lying down position. So food always should be started in a sitting position. So sitting with support will develop at 6 months. So sitting with support. Number two, hand-mouth coordination for the baby. So when the baby start taking, if you start with a BLW, that is baby-led weaning also, the baby can approach the food and it goes directly to the mouth, not to the eye or the ear. So the hand-mouth coordination, number two. Number three, which is very important, is the baby shows interest to the food. So that is where the baby will start, all the three things will start for the baby. So we need to give that time whenever the baby is born. The most common question is, sir, for the preterm babies. Whether the baby was born in a 7th month or a 6th month, whatever age it is, even the baby is born in a 7th month or 8th month, the completion of 180 days should be done. Then only we should start with the complementary feeding.
Thank you. So this is the last question of this session. Babu sir, because you are one of the closest friends, so most difficult question for you. Can Can we give sugar or salt to an infant? Is it a crime if somebody has given that?
Yeah, we are speaking about a lot of sugars today.
Adding sugar. My question is precisely: can we add sugar and salt in the complementary food?
Yeah, if food itself is sweet, for example, if you're giving banana, it is okay, but we should not add. So the kidneys do not have that concentrating or diluting ability as in bigger children. So we ask for at least 1 year to begin with sugar or 2 years for salt. We don't advise for adding extra, but if it is if the food per se is salty or food per se is sweetish, for example, if you're taking khajur as a food, it is sweet by nature, it's okay, but we don't have to add jaggery or sugar to it.
So let's say if a family is making broccoli based something, will they come, should they add salt to it?
Yeah, this is a very difficult thing to answer, rightly said. If you don't add, children will not have. And if we understand by common sense, mother's milk is both sweet and salt. Certain amount of sweetness and saltiness is actually, babies, at 6 months of age, they tend to be very choosy about the taste. If you give bland food, they don't take. And as we are discussing, it's not about the taste alone, color, consistency, texture, fragrance, presentation, all of them have to be there to make the child to eat. We don't have to add salt or sugar.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, just an add-on for the sirs.
I have a second. I have question part B to Meghna madam. After this,
Sugar per se means it's not only the sugar, it could be in any format of sugar. Either jaggery, honey, whatever we think it is a different, and dates powder, which is very common for the baby, that should also comes under the sugar. And second thing, we have a myth that only if you add a salt, baby will have taste or something. You can add spices. There is no doubt you can introduce spices for your baby at 6 months. You can add dhania powder, you can add other spices to the cinnamon powder, so which gives taste, so you can add on that spices.
Yeah, one interesting point I want to add. So if each one of us is asked which is the best food, whom do you think is the best cook in the world? I'm very sure yourself subjected to something called as conditioning. So whatever is being fed to us, we condition ourselves to be tasty. So that is the time when we condition our babies, 6 months onwards. We have to condition to them, the food that we offer should be well conditioned so that they continue to have the same kind of food. So like she said, try to add, make permutation combinations and make it more palatable.
When we talk about palatability and cultural acceptance, my last question to Meghna madam is, which is helpful? A home-based whole grain mix or a commercially available weaning food which we don't want to say name, but it is there. Every one of us have eaten it.
So this is a very tricky question. So there are pros and cons with both. So for home-based preparations, the advantage is that it is prepared at your home, so it is clean and you're controlling the ingredients. But at the same time, commercial-based preparations, you can be sure that whatever nutrient and energy they are providing, that is good. But recently, in most of the commercial preparations, what I have seen is that they say no refined sugar on the pack, but some sweetener like dates powder or jaggery will be added. So the problem with dates powder and jaggery is, like sir said rightly, it's about the kidneys, but more importantly I feel it is because of the taste preference that the kids develop. So they tend to go more towards the sweeter taste, and ultimately that leads to junk eating in the future. So that sweet preference shouldn't come. And for home-based preparations, we should see that we are preparing in the fixed quantities which have good amount of protein, and protein is to carbohydrate ratio we need to maintain, along with maintaining the fiber content when we are adding vegetables. And also with the new concept of baby-led weaning, the preference is to not prepare mixes But to give your home-based preparations, what you are making without adding too much spice, salt and sugar to it. So that way it also avoids the mother or other family members to stress about the baby's meals, and also it gives the baby different textures to eat. And most likely before 8 to 9 months they don't have that much of a food preference, and they are basically on breast milk, so they will be accepting like 2 to 3 spoons, though no mom will be satisfied with that, but that 2 to 3 spoons is enough for the nutritional requirement of the baby at that age. So my vote any day goes to home-based preparations, because me as a mom of a 14-month-old have always prepared mixes or preparations at home, and when we have traveled maybe 4 to 5 times with my infant, so whenever we have gone out, we have given whatever is available from that, so the diversity is also there. And like Sindhu madam rightly said, we can add all kinds of spices except salt, sugar and honey for a 1-year-old, for a below 1-year-old baby, and after that salt can be introduced later. But how much ever we can try to delay, we have to delay refined sugar, jaggery and all these things.
What in the beginning we started talking about this is, I'm going to reinforce the same thing. If you want to change something in your diet, just remove the word refine. They are fining you again. It is not refine, it is refine. We have taken out everything good, and now we are going to refine you with your money also, with your health also. So refined sugar, refined flour and refined oil. All are refining you, don't use them. They are causing more harm than benefit. With this, we'll close this session and we'll take the questions if at all there are any. I think everyone is tired, exhausted and waiting for it to end and go for dinner. But we have an amazing session lined up, and that will be the last session. For our speakers, I would like to invite Chetan sir to felicitate our lovely Babu sir this time. They both work together, by the way. Dr. Alekhya, kindly felicitate Dr. Sindhu. Dr. Soumya, kindly felicitate Dr. Meghna madam. Dr. Sindhura, kindly felicitate Dr. Bhavani. Dr. Ankita, kindly do the honors to felicitate Dr. Pandu. सबको डिनर पे We'll be coming to our last session that is entirely dedicated to women health. I would like to invite Dr. Nikita Reddy, Dr. Kavya madam, Dr. Sindhura madam, Dr. Soumya madam and Dr. Pooja madam. So please join. And also I would like to inform that we have two amazing organizations who are tirelessly working in field of women health. We have WICCI president, and we have state president, we have national president, and members of WICCI who have actually given out time. Manjula madam, who is a council member, to grace this event. We have Hiteshi madam, who is working selflessly in field of mother and child health. So we will be taking out time to listen your journey as well, ma'am. Without further ado, this is Power Pack Mothers. These are amazing individuals who are frank सी बात है बीच में न्यूनेटोलॉजी भी है Okay, so without further delay, my first question is to you, Kavya ma'am. As an obstetrician, you have seen many mothers going into labor, and there is one mother who has asked us that she is planning to deliver. An option of epidural analgesia has been given. Should she go for it, or she should not go for it? Does that affect her child's mental health?
It is actually subjective, sir. Few moms who are like well versed with the antenatal exercise and good pain tolerance, they might not have, they might not need it. But few are like their pain threshold is very less, so they'll be intolerant. So for such mothers, yes, I would definitely advise. And epidural as such, it doesn't affect baby's mental health also. Only thing it can cause is prolonged second stage of labor. Baby might be little lethargic, and yeah, so only that issue. Otherwise, and there will be more chance of instrumental delivery if they're not pushing at the end. They won't be getting the urge to push. So that time, yes, the instrumental intervention will be more.
My next question is to Nikita ma'am. Ma'am, if someone had first child as a cesarean section, is it mandatory that second child also will be a cesarean delivery?
No, sir. So it actually depends. I mean, I'm going to keep it very brief because we are hanging in between the dinner and then sitting here. So we actually divide it into 3 sections. One is where they can undergo, if they want to undergo a normal delivery for the second time, which is a VBAC, vaginal birth after a cesarean section. So it should be a tertiary setup like our hospital, where there is always availability, 24-hour availability of anesthetist, a blood bank, a pediatrician, because there that is the main scenario. Now second is who can actually opt in. Now once a cesarean, your chances of a uterine rupture is less than 1%. So there is 60 to 80% success if somebody opts in. So if the previous cesarean was only for a non-contraindicative indication, where it was because the baby's heartbeat was going down or the mother had high blood pressures, so definitely this time when we actually examine her throughout the pregnancy and we take the history of what cesarean it was. So if it was a classical cesarean or if we had removed her fibroids for various reasons, these are the only contraindications. So vaginal birth after cesarean the success rate is 80%. We electively give the option to all the patients who get booked with us, tell them the pros and cons of both of them and ask them to opt in for the same.
Great. Sindhura ma'am, you are taking care of KIMS infertility, and my question to you is, as a pediatrician, one of the mother came to us who says that she want to know, in today's world, how can she avoid infertility happening in her 16-year-old, because social media is buzzing that infertility is new normal. Why is it that what all a parent can do to avoid infertility in a girl who is a teenager, and is it really happening at such a fast rate, or is it like we were not aware of it in the past and now it is just being studied more? Kindly elaborate.
I think, like you said, we are more aware of things now in the present world, and also for some reason there is a reproductive shift that is happening. So the kids are getting periods at an earlier age by 9 years or so, and then your menopause is also shifting. Before it was 50 to 55, now we start seeing from 36 years onwards. So I think all the mothers, all the girl moms, in fact, have this. I myself, do worry about my girls. So one thing I would tell all the mothers is to keep a check on their periods. Are they regular or no? That itself gives us a lot of information. If they are irregular, why is it irregular? Is it because of their low weight or they are obese? And a lot of things, there's a lot of PCOS awareness now. So everybody thinks, the minute they get irregular cycles, it is PCOS. It may not be the case all the time. There are n number of things that can cause irregular periods. So once in a while irregularity is absolutely agreeable, but if it's happening again and again, month on month, that is not accepted. Now the second thing is the pain during the periods. Intense pain where they have to avoid going to the college or bunk school. that is not normal. Now, again, another new term, endometriosis is more and more common now, just like PCOS. So I think every child should be evaluated if there is pain. We do have amazing gynecologists who can, take you through the endometriosis like diagnosis and all of that. And I think the obesity is another important thing. At 16-year-old, they're always focused on where to crack in the seat next. What do I do next in future? What should I become? That is the thought that is going on. So they study a lot. They forget about their physical health. Absolutely. Because, at that point, I think all of us, did go to college and we only studied like 5 o'clock in the morning to night 10 o'clock. So that was a lifestyle. So I think physical fitness has to be included in all the curriculums. So I think these are the few things the moms should keep in their mind. And health checks, yearly health checks, how they're doing. I think their pediatrician will take them through. And a gynecologist, a regular ultrasound will let us know a lot of details. So I think I'll end with this.
Yes. Soumya ma'am, my next question is to you. When we plan pregnancy, what are the most important thing a couple should understand and also control when they're planning pregnancy? Because nowadays planning a child is itself a big thing. So what are those check boxes which a couple should tick before they plan a pregnancy?
Yeah, there's a lot of awareness. Most of the patients usually get all the general checks, are they normal or not, and we start them on the pre-vitamins, like preconceptional vitamins. Or if they've been trying since a year and they are not able to conceive and they have come to us, then we are going to get, take them through other blood tests also, like AMH, their scans, and we see that their vitamins, everything has been properly given.
Okay, great. Pooja ma'am, my next question is to you. Some of the families have mentioned that they want a male child and they heard that infertility center can actually help them select a male gamete. Is it a myth? Is it a fact? Is it of any relevance?
Every second or third patient who's decided to go for IVF will say, "Doctor, can I talk to you personally?" They'll want the PRA or the sister to get out of the room. So that minute we understand, okay, they will ask about boy baby now. They will say, "Doctor, anyways we are going for IVF, can you give us a boy baby?" It's very rare that people ask us for girl children. Most of them will be like, "Doctor, can you do something? We are ready to pay you extra. Please give us a boy baby." It is possible to select a boy embryo in IVF, but that is illegal in India. If you are going for IVF in other countries like Dubai, Philippines, Turkey, Maldives, it's legal. Along with the PGTA report, they will tell you if that embryo is a male embryo or a female embryo. So you can choose for it only if you are going for IVF outside India. In India, that is not allowed. If you allow that, every patient will want to have a male child only. And we don't do it.
Technically, the balance is very important in society. My next question is also to you because we are going to finish it this way now. My next question is, ma'am, can I store my eggs at 20 and get pregnant at 44 because I don't want to affect my child and also I want to focus on my acting career?
The legal limit to start egg freezing and sperm freezing in India is 21. So once you are 21, you can freeze your eggs or sperm and you can go for a baby with those eggs whenever you want to go for it. Be it 30, 40, up till 50. 50 is the limit. Once you cross 50, you are not allowed to go for any kind of ART treatments in India. 50 for women and 55 for men. So from 21 to 50, you can freeze your eggs at any point of time and you can use them whenever you want to.
Sooner is better.
Sooner is better because the quality and quantity of eggs is going to be better when you're in 20s.
And for male sperms also, if we can store them, sooner is better.
Yes, yes, yes.
My next question is to Soumya madam. PCOD is a common word in gynae OPDs. Nowadays, every teenager, this is something considered as, if there is acne, if there is weight gain, go for PCOD evaluation. How can we avoid in pre-teen stage for a teen girl to fall into PCOD or PCOS, rather the right word?
Yeah. the PCOD to occur also, we know it's all hormones again. So for that to change, we first thing whenever the patient comes, what we say is the lifestyle modification. It's better we apply early so that they don't end up coming with a PCO. Like with the foods also, we know now most of the children are having junk. We have same like sugars. We are including more refined products. So avoiding them and giving them a like activity, as Dr. Sindhu told also, asking them to start with the physical activity early or putting them in some, acknowledging them about the importance of the activity. That is what we can prevent them from having a PCO.
Thank you, ma'am. My next question is to Sindhura, madam. Ma'am, we are trying for a baby but unable to conceive even with treatment. Does any home remedy help to improve chances of treatment?
Well, home remedies, I don't think so. Any home remedy will actually replace fertility treatments. But
So they are talking about Chinese herbs. And they are asking question. Yes. And this is a genuine question.
I'm an allopathic doctor, so I will only stick to the allopathy. But
do you come across such questions in the practice?
Yes, absolutely. So they say that it's been running in our from a lot of generations in our family, so we do this. But then I don't think so. Anything can replace science. Maybe it can add on to the science what we are already doing, like supportive things, what they can do at home can add on. No dietary can replace fertility at all.
Thank you for clarification. For Nikita ma'am, I feel shattered after my childbirth. Someone says it's postpartum depression. What is this PPD?
So that's a lovely question, sir. There is a fine line between postpartum blues and postpartum depression. 80% of women after delivery actually have postpartum blues. So I think we should normalize as gynecologists to check their mental well-being when they come to get their cesarean scar or their vaginal delivery check, because it takes only 2 minutes. I think it's very important for these women not to suffer in silence and portray that I am strong, so I shouldn't cry kind of an image, which is expected in the society. So I always tell my patients, bring in the support system that you have with you. Because in India, you have access to support systems. So I always follow 4 S's with my patients. This is not part of any textbook. It's just me preaching with my patients. The first S is to sleep. So if they are having 4 to 6 hours of uninterrupted sleep, a mother sleeping is a healing mother. So obviously the neonatologists are here, the pediatricians are here. They agree with me that you don't have to be directly breastfeeding for the baby to get the nutrition. So you can use the systems of expressing the milk, place it outside for 4 hours, the mother getting her rest, using the support system so that her sleeping for that 4 to 6 hours, she's getting ready for the next day, because she's not a machine to just produce milk and then go about. Absolutely. Second is the support system. So support system, you do not get certified that you're the best mom just because you have changed the diapers, you have done everything for the baby. Use the support system, let them also take part, let them also help you in doing the activities for the baby. Third is go out in the sun. Go out in the sun and do your short walks for 20 minutes. It helps in producing your serotonin, so you're thinking better by the end of the day. And the fourth is to take your supplements. When you're pregnant, you're trying to research, take all the supplements, we're doing pre-conception counseling. But what after delivery? After delivery, we did speak of baby-led weaning, all of the feedings here, but nobody is talking about the mother supplements that she should ideally be taking. So I think adding in magnesium and the right supplements also helps her recover. So taking care of the checklist, do not hesitate to discuss it with the gynecologist. Nobody is judging you. So if you feel very irritable, if you feel like crying all the time, you feel like not even lifting your kid up, you're having symptoms of depression, you're having suicidal tendencies, it's not your fault. It is only because of sudden change in the estrogen and the progesterone levels that you're feeling that way. All you need is to access help and have a person beside you to listen. We are all there. Come and talk to us.
this is my last question, and then there is one personal comment and experience which I have been doing it in my OPD. Now my last question is to Kavya ma'am. Ma'am, this is a question. Ma'am, how can I improve my pregnancy journey? As I am a working woman, should I leave my job as my family is suggesting?
Definitely no. Pregnancy is not something abnormal happening with a woman. So if she doesn't have any high risk factors like a short cervix or a placenta previa or a polyhydramnios or a PIH, then I don't think, or her stress levels. Stress is again subjective from person to person. So if she is able to cope up with the stress and she is able to handle, she is able to multitask, yes, she can continue her job. So excluding like, if she doesn't possess any high risk factors, she need not have to leave her job.
Absolutely. So thank you for
also if the work has any chemical like toxins exposure or something like that, yes, that makes sense to leave a job. If it's a normal job, routine job, she need not have to leave.
So thank you for your wonderful sharing, wonderful experiences being shared by you. I will share one of my pilot project. So I started doing evaluation of mothers who have been coming with their children ranging from 6 months to 2 years, and the posture of the mother was bent, graying of hairs prematurely. The tension was visible between the parent, the fake smile of a wife and the anger of a male is very visible. Everyone knows it, how it looks. So I started doing a pilot by subsidizing evaluation, by going in collaboration with labs to give bare minimum cost of doing the test. 87% male, 89% female are deficient in B12, iron, vitamin D. And before, at the time of pregnancy, they were optimized because they were taking, like you mentioned, Dr. Nikita, they were taking good care of every step. In fact, WHO in Breastfeeding Week this year has mentioned that their theme is to promote breastfeeding and strengthening the support system. Support system is actually the support system which is available, which is husband, grandmother, mother, mother-in-law, maids, support, breast pump, exclusive breastfeeding, express breast milk. So this is what is needed in our society, which is transforming. If mother is happy, and since morning we are talking on the happiness, on the mental health, on well-being, on physical health, and the quotient, every quotient which we all touched is entirely on well-being, the overall well-being. If a mother is not healthy, she will not be able to take good care of her child. She will not be able to take good care of herself. And finally, we all know that in a family, if a female is stable, happy, she can reign in every aspect. We as males, we try to think illogically most of the time, and we have to get reined in. Reining in means you have to put and you have to pull. So the putting and pulling is important. This is how male psychology is being built. Women health, if it is optimized, it transforms families. If it is not optimized, family health will get deteriorated. So my kind request to all my dear friends, your health as a woman is very important. You are a working professional, busiest professional, you are seasoned experts in your field, you are pioneers in philanthropy and support system. Do take your health checkups very, very diligently. If you take our blood test and you notice there is a deficiency, work on it. Don't just keep it hanging. We are seeing reports done in July, in November, where deficiency is there. 5 days back, I saw a kid who was diagnosed in 24th of July with deficiency, and now they are turning up with a squint. Ultimately found because it was deficiency in calcium and vitamin D. They were hanging with the answers, but they never intervened. So most of us are doing our health checkups every year, one health checkup. Either it is through insurance or through our personal thing. Get them done, but get them evaluated as well. Because those health checkup, whichever you are doing, are very relevant for your own health, and take out those valuable time for yourself and take care of yourself. With this, I would like to conclude this session, and I would like to invite Dr. Ankita, Dr. Bhavani to felicitate Dr. Nikita ma'am, Dr. Kavya ma'am. after your felicitation, please wait here. We have I'd like to invite Chetan sir to felicitate Sindhura ma'am. Dr. Pandu to kindly felicitate Soumya ma'am. I'll do the honors for Puja ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I would request Ankita madam to felicitate you, but she has
She'll say time खत्म हो गया, घर कौन देखेगा?
I'll also give the vote of thanks on demand. Right? This is our second season that Dr. Nitin has pulled off. And the first time when he actually mentioned that he wanted to come up with some program like this, obviously it happened on the dinner table. He said, this is important. And just before that, I heard him ending a call with one of his registrars that, some child has come and there was all out, which, the child drank. And then the conversation started from there, the all out is made solely creative, it is blue in color. Think about kerosene, that is also blue in color. All of these things are very easily available. Usually kerosene is stored under the table and things like that, which is usually in reach of children. So from there, I think his journey to what he has done today, and online today there are parallelly so many followers and so many people watching this show live, that shows that parents also need a place where such sort of conversations are happening. So many faculties putting up together, all of you making out so much of time over here and trying and go that extra mile to educate the parents. It's nothing medical was discussed today. These were common questions which any parent ranging from, I think, newborn until 18, and all of us have grown or are in this growing stage, children are growing. So all of us have come across these questions. I truly appreciate he's standing throughout, right from the beginning that he's been doing. He was the same last season, he's the same this season, and I'm sure many more are going to come. And of course, everybody should have somebody like Nitin Chawla in his life. Thank you very much.
Thoda. Lovely. Last line was amazing. Yeah, absolutely. This is a big family. All of you are part of my family, and I'm blessed that each one of you took an invite as a faculty. Sir is traveling from half of the Hyderabad, missing his OP on Saturday. Ma'am has shut her OP. We as doctors are very particular about our patients, and we love working. Taking out time to stop OP means you have asked the doctor to do something which is out of the blue. And this is the real essence of friendship. My friends are sitting here. Some have came from home after going back. Some have been here. from since morning. Dr. Pandey is sitting here since morning. New friends have been made, and you all who are associated with me, you know that it is only because of your motivation this thing happened and it is possible. Also, I wanted to give our token of respect to 3 wonderful females over here. Briefly, I would like to tell WICCI, women are actually leading in the way of all aspects. So WICCI with State President Harshita ma'am, Madhvi ma'am, Anupama ma'am, they have taken out time to come here, supported our initiative by sharing it at their forte, means a lot. From heartfelt gratitude, I would like to thank all the parents, because I understand from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., 5 hours with children, without children, it is a difficult task. Many of you have done it, and thank you for taking out time. I would want to invite all the members from WICCI to please come on board, and want to request Nikita ma'am to felicitate Anupama ma'am. I'll just take 2 more minutes, right? I know dinner or sab ekdam har taraf. Please. Kavya ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. He's really amazing. Thank you. This is very important. In fact, we were thinking, that when we became new parents, why didn't we have these initiatives? We were just discussing, even the mindset of the doctors. I'm so happy to see that women's health, especially, I think this conversation is so underrepresented in our country now, because I work with so many women, and even now if they have an egg, they'll just pop up a dolo and ghar ke itne kaam hai, so really kudos for this initiative, and love the conversations, and thank you so much, really thank you so much.
So she put it in a way that it came from me, the vision came from her.
Yeah, I'm
so
not surprised.
She said, you are just telling me which is happening. What are you doing for it? I said, okay, I'll do something for it. I'd like to invite Kavya ma'am to felicitate madam.
She is Priya. She is the sustainability lead in our council, and really doing wonderful work.
I'd like to invite Hiteshi madam. She's working tirelessly in field of women health and working on the organic menstrual pads, which itself is an innovative thought process. And I would like to invite Harshita ma'am to please felicitate her.
Harshita is our state president, and it was really wonderful to see her representing, the council in the panel discussion.
And she is a good friend, and my son is learning a lot only because of her. Ma'am, please. We have few parents sitting here since morning. I would like to thank our partners, community partners, school partners. Ma'am, please, आप इसे रख सकते हैं वहाँ पे, if it's heavy. Our knowledge partners, we have Ghar Ghar Gurukul, who have been creating incredibly amazing toys, which we were playing from childhood and have lost it, but now they have got it again. So this type of meeting has given us opportunity to come together, seek wisdom, understand in detail, and proceed further. As a father of 2, and as a proud husband and a good friend, I'm just feeling so warm inside that all of you have taken out your evening on a Saturday, have spent your 5 hours here discussing, which is very common, usual, easily available on Instagram, and want to become a better parent. Thank you for coming. This is from, I'd like to request Ankita madam to felicitate Harshita ma'am. In case this event was not possible without tireless support of Dhanusha, Janvi, Abhishek, Nagaraju, Sai Narendra, Nandaji, Dr. Ankita's flawless arrangements, Gunjan sir, Kishore sir. So KIMS as a group with a notion which is supportive to society gives all in to help to every extent possible. So right from, I mean, this idea of doing it in hospital has its own drawbacks, because there is no place for play area. Many parents were not able to come in person because there is no play area for the child to play. But I request to use this 5 hour, because I'm sure many parents, many grandparents who are sitting right now are going to use this information and become better caretaker at home. And if this initiative of ours is going to change even one life, or going to add even one more good thought in way you are handling parenting, then our purpose is solved for this life. With this notion, thank you for joining in. I'm Dr. Nitin Chawla. We'll meet in season 3 next year.
Also, I think, a small vote of thanks from my side. I happened to meet him just 3 days back also. So very new friend made. But like ma'am said, he was standing all through. While everyone got a chance to sit, come moderate, he was standing all through from much before 3 o'clock to till now, which is commendable. And I feel I'm an exception because all of you are doctors. I happen to be non-doctor, but very glad to have got an opportunity. Only thing is, when we discussed, since I work with some celebrities as part of my profession, I wish I could have actually managed to invite one celebrity, which was very short of time. But I promise, like you said, all this having witnessed, good thoughts come out. I promise best of the possible celebrity every time from here. Obviously from everyone's side, but mainly from my side. I'll be volunteer for whatever you do. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, with all your permission, I just want to, take 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes of yours. So I'm really glad to be here. I'm also not a doctor. I'm a sustainability champion and a social impact leader. Very, very blessed and honored that entire KIMS is already working with us. KIMS Gachibowli, KIMS Kondapur, a lot of doctors available here also. They come, including Dr. Shilpi Reddy, Dr. Meghna, Dr. Nitin Chawla. He is tirelessly working and he helps underprivileged patients. He consults and sees them free of cost. All the patients who come from his side. So he's already doing a lot. And the campaign that I wanted to work and talk about was about plastic pads and plastic pollution. So obviously we do not have time, but just one line to everyone: make sure you, your kids, your daughters, your sisters, even the men in the room, please educate them about plastic pollution and plastic pads. Stop the use of plastic pads for their sake, for the health sake, and also for the environment. Thank you so much.
Want to add, I've been knowing Dr. Nitin from, I think so, from past 2 years. So, and amazing pediatrician. I was in one of his pediatric groups, which he started, I think so, long back. And through that group, I came to know him, and my son got head injury. And he got skull fracture and short-term memory loss sort of thing happened at that time. So it was Dr. Nitin who treated, and the kind of what should I say, dilasa dete hai. Half of the thing you heal when you meet the doctor. So he's someone like that, and after knowing that Dr. Ankita is with you and your wife, you make a very good couple, and we are our society need more couples like you.
Thank you. तो 2 डिनर पक्के हो गए अब तो.
Yeah, I know it's been a long session, but sir, you're very energetic throughout the day from morning. I could observe that. So yeah, I'm Jyotirmay from Gargar Gurukul. So we are on a mission to make every home a Gurukul. It's a holistic approach starting right from the womb to wisdom. To wisdom means till the old age. So we have a pregnancy kit and also a senior citizens kit, and we are trying to take it forward. And we have that kit in the downwards. I'll show you what all we have in the kit and all. And now I want to conclude this session with a powerful statement like, it takes a village to raise a kid. takes a village to raise a child. So KIMS is responsible not only for their patients or their kids, they are feeling responsible for the entire society, entire kids, and these initiatives really help them to grow better day by day. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Now we all will go down, we'll have our cup of tea, we'll have our dinner, we'll enjoy our and end our day with a high note that now we are a better parent and we all are in this together. This is a journey. If you see the flyer, I wrote in the end that we recap, we revisit, and the journey begins. Today we just got a primer, we just got a touch of things. We are not going to stop here. Whatever lectures, whatever topics, whatever question. Today we discussed around 150 topics in last 5 hours. Each question is different. And each question was answered by a different perspective of an expert in the field. Each question will be formed in a form of 4 bullet points, will be shared across mediums, so that all of the India and wherever we are, we will be able to provide the right information. And monthly we will be doing activities where we are going to take one subject and we are going to discuss in detail what is relevant, what is a myth. Like what I come across is many parents come to me and tell me that, can I give this kiddie fast or some powder to gain my child's height? So there are many myths in the society which are being pumped through social media. We are going to start busting them. We are going to pick that video, we are going to analyze the science behind it, and if it is right, we will acknowledge it. If it is wrong, we are going to destroy it. We are going to do it together. And because if we don't work now, our future will be more difficult. But if we start working together in this, like whatever profession we have, CA, social media expert, entrepreneur, doctor, we all, when we go back home, are either a father or a son or a brother or a sister. So we have our moral responsibility of human being, of a good relationship at our homes, and we have to take care of that. With this note, I thank each one of you with the bottom of my heart